les trucs arméniens qu'on a mangé hier, là.
On a mangé des trucs arméniens, hein?
Non, qu'on a mangé serbe. Je confonds.
C'est pas le même pays.
The break kind of started late, but people online.
I'd rather wait for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We can have a seat.
Yeah, I'm for the second presentation, so.
Ah, okay.
Just making sure everybody's okay.
Oh, pedagogy again. Whoa. It's very interesting.
Si on adopte des pins.
Là, c'est ça que j'ai.
So you went
Regardez, 2014, puis la Wikimania à Londres.
That's what I thought too, but no, I thought that was.
Oui, il y en a 2 ou 3. Mais c'est pas grave, elles sont tellement stylées.
Je suis deg aussi, Juliette elle prend la place que je prenais d'habitude. Enfin, littéralement au bureau.
Ah, ok. Ah bah attends, j'ai préparé. Tu veux que je prenne une photo maintenant là?
Allez.
Parce que j'ai préparé.
Yeah.
Donc là, j'avais dit dodo.
J'ai préparé le tweet.
Tu fais un live tweet?
Fais comme si tu parlais. Non, c'est pareil.
Tu veux que je parle comme ça? Si tu veux, je peux bouger mes draps, faire semblant comme ça. Je pense que là, tu peux.
Un peu trop italien, un peu trop italien.
Donc je disais là, donc voilà, vous avez le jeu, là je présente l'écran.
Voilà.
Et ensuite.
Sorry.
Ah, pardon. Ah bah, sorry.
Okay, so I will announce. But let's wait for like a minute for people to come from the main room.
I made myself comfortable and installed the.
Thank you for that. But if you need any help,
Also, I
When
warned
does it
the
start
other.
live?
sorry?
When does it start?
In like a minute, so they will announce
Okay.
in the main room, so people could come.
So that's
Okay.
the demonstration version.
Yeah, no. Just like actually I wanted to see that from the
I mean, you will be able to participate. Like I'm gonna, like after 20 minutes of presentation, I will ask people like volunteers to join. Like.
Pour une photo et tout.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Okay, we can hear each other, that's perfect. For those who don't know, I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Gorana Gomirec, and I'm GLA manager at Wikimedia Serbia. First of all, I would like to welcome you all, and thank you for coming to Belgrade, to this conference. It's really a pleasure to have you here. We will have a lot of sessions here. Most of them are like workshops, and we will try to learn many new things, so thank you for coming to this hall as well. So our first speaker for today is Mathilde Louis from Wikimedia France, and today she will present to us their experience in their educational program in France. How do they do their stuff? How do they attract the young ones? And what kind of game did they make? So welcome, Mathilde, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Okay. So I'm Mathilde. I've been working with Wikimedia France for 2 years now. First as an intern, then apprenticeship, and now I'm working as a long-term project manager. So when I started, my colleague Mathieu, who's at the back of the room that some of you might know, he told me that, like, he talked to me, he whispered to me an idea about a pedagogical game, and wikis was invented, sort of. You might ask yourself why we thought of such a tool. So I'm going to talk you through the creation of the game I'm gonna talk and try not to bore you out for 20 minutes, and then we'll directly try to play together. And prepare yourself psychologically. I'm gonna need 10 to 12 volunteers to play the game. So we came up with this idea of a board game after almost 8 years of conducting an education program that was majorly around the Wiki Concours Lycéen. That was a competition between high schools about writing the best article, possible article. And it was organized by Wikimedia France with the CLEMI, which is the organization that depends on the Ministry of Education in France. And that's the organization working about media and information literacy. So really interesting partnership. And long story short, the contest, this program was, it was launched 10 years ago now. And it lasted for about 7 years, and it was every year. And we decided to stop it after 7 interesting years, because in France there has been a reform, a change of program curriculum that made really complicated to organize this kind of program in high schools. So after 7 years of this program, we learned that there was major obstacles conducting this kind of program, and majorly, teachers were telling us that it was really time consuming to organize this kind of program with their classes. From teacher training, and then for them to explain to their class, to their students, how Wikipedia works, how to create a user account, to understand the wiki code and everything. It takes a lot of time, and teachers were telling us that they needed help for that. I've also been told that it was complicated for students to find a topic, stick to it, find the sources, understand like what is a reliable source of information, and then like to actually confront with the editors on Wikipedia. So autonomy was also another problem. Also, when I arrived, I had to observe like classrooms, like like around my master thesis, and it was striking to see that the students were like pretty much like were really struggling with just staying in front of the computer, finding information, and then like write an article. The other issue was skepticism, because I finished high school in 2014. I've always been told that it was like really forbidden to read Wikipedia in the classroom, to find sources of information on Wikipedia, and so it's like many generations of students being forbidden to do so, and so for the also teachers changing, shifting from like strictly forbidding to, okay, in Wikipedia, why is it reliable, why is it not? Like how to, basically we wanted to, we understood that it was another problem to tackle, and all this together, we really wanted, after 7 years of conducting an education program, to find a tool that could match the time, the autonomy, and also how to demystify basically the functioning of Wikipedia. The solutions were to explain the 5 pillars through a board game. So you may have seen the different icons in my presentation. I will take you through all of these. But the major reasons of our observations and understanding learnings from our education program was we really wanted to find a resource, a tool that was matching something that was short, something that was easy to use as for teachers, but also for students. And so yeah, we came up with this pretty strange idea of a pedagogical board game. So as it is now, I will I will put my presentation on Meta, and you will be able to click the image on the left, and you will be able to access to the game that we created. So the game is a print and play board game. So this is the one that you can see on the table is a demonstration. There is not a lot of them. Actually, this is the only one we have for the moment. I'm bringing everywhere with me for conferences and stuff, so you will be able to try this. So it's a print and play game that is freely accessible on Wikimedia Commons. It enables to be played by 1 to 6 players originally. This version is accessible for up to 12 players. It should take more or less 15 minutes to be played within a class. And it should be accessible from 12 years old and on. I've played it with kids who are struggling with school, and I've played it also with adults, coming in fairs, and just it's also an interesting tool for facilitation. But we'll talk about it in the Q&A after playing the game. So. That was a lot of information, but basically, I think I'm going to explain you the rules in a minute. But as you can see on this GIF, it's a game that allows people to play on a abstract form of articles, and everyone is supposed to contribute to edit an actual Wikipedia article. And the goal of the game is to write the best article possible, the best possible article. And for that, you will have to put cards that have different symbols. Don't hesitate to stop me if things are getting complicated. But basically, I think is there another mic so I can just move around? Thank you. So, as I was explaining you, the game is supposed to explain the 5 pillars. So here you have the first pillar that is explaining that Wikipedia is a gathering of information. So you're going to have the pair of information explained by a puzzle piece matching to the source of information that is represented by a document. You have 3 of them. On an article you will have many, many more, but the idea is to explain that an information is correct only if it is sourced, if it matches with a source of information. Then another pillar is to explain that we're trying to have objective information on Wikipedia. So then again, to mark some points, you will have to gather as many, to balance information, so have to have as many orange, as many violet points of view. And then I'm missing the other, the correct order in the 5 pillars, but you get the idea. Another interesting point is to show how collective the editing of Wikipedia is by playing all together. And since it's not a competitive game, the idea is to bring us all together and win all together. There is no winning over another player, but really winning together. And okay. So yeah, also the idea is to show wikification. I don't know if this is the right term. The wikification of information is represented by this hexagon, and the idea is to match them all together. Also, you will have to try to make as few mistakes as possible. Because making 1 point, 1 point, 4 points, and this is making you lose 1 point. So I'm part of the people who cannot actually understand a game without playing. So I'm gonna ask some volunteers to come. I want to see if yeah. I think the best way is for a few of you to come and join me and try to play the game. Okay, I need 12 participants. Don't be shy, please.
That's everyone.
Should I turn it off? Okay. So.
And the rest of us will watch.
You will need 3 contribution cards each. So maybe you can actually help yourself. Having three cards. You always gonna have to have 3 cards in your hands. Please guys, don't be shy if you want to see what's happening. I know it's gonna be a long weekend and
Are they positive contributions or are they negative?
we we were trying not to have so many like vandalism sort of games, but the game designer like wanted to be as positive as possible. Okay, so as I was telling you, this is our article. For the moment, it's completely empty, and we're gonna ask you to edit the article. So I'm gonna ask you guys to watch your cards. Okay. Is it clear for everyone, like what you have?
Okay.
Not the symbols.
We're blank.
Okay. So the first player is going to be the last person who edited Wikipedia today. Who is that going to be? Or maybe
have someone like that?
maybe the media page for the conference. Who edited it the best?
Let's call Ivana.
Yes, Ivana definitely.
Okay, you start.
Perfect.
Then I have news.
So you're going to be like the first editor of this article. Like, congratulations. The idea is to edit, so like just basically to put a card on the plate.
Okay.
You can go, and then I'll explain what's happening.
So I can
I'll
put cards anywhere on the
Anywhere,
frame?
like anywhere within this frame.
Okay. Anywhere within the
Yeah.
frame. I'm usually spending a lot here.
So here you put the like one point of view and one information, but there is no source. So we're gonna go clockwise. So I guess you're no.
Clockwise.
Yeah, clockwise.
Okay.
And you can actually cover like cards with other cards. I mean,
Oh,
okay.
oh, keep it.
Oh.
The idea is really to.
So I'll change my stack. Because
yeah, actually.
I'm exposed.
So to play, you can either like put a card here or withdraw a card and like pick another one.
No, I think she's saying to put on top of the others, not, you cannot show.
Oh, I can show.
You can actually show. We're playing like it's the first game, so we can actually show our cards. So I can like.
So,
like,
so she needs to find the paper, the blue one,
yeah.
the document.
Everyone like all together, we're gonna need it.
And if we don't have it, then we just put
No,
another
no,
one.
no. Like you can. It's okay because like everyone is playing and we have all the time needed like to complete the game.
I can do this.
Yeah. Perfect. And don't forget to take your card.
Draw,
So
replenish.
draw. So we have always three cards.
So you need to draw cards.
Yeah, you need to replenish your hand, basically.
Always having three. Always.
All right, I spent a lot of time writing on airports and there's more like stumps and start classes.
Okay, so now that we're like completing the game, we can see that okay, it's pretty imbalanced. There is obviously a point chosen here, and we're gonna have to balance everything like and adding more orange. What is this? So this comes at the end, and the idea is like I don't know, like this is written in French, but I guess in English or in your language you're gonna have another evaluation, and this is from the start of an article in French it's le gauche to the quality article, and so it's gonna be at the end like counting all the points and like grading from beginning to interesting.
So what happens if I put here?
You can do this. Now we have balanced points of view. Just like this is well put in, but you can actually also. Don't forget to draw a card.
Andrew, you
Yeah, I got
Oh,
that.
right.
And also, like you can put it here, but you can actually also correct. Okay. Yeah. Or also like.
If there's
after?
something missing, can we do like with another perspective clear it? Like I don't
Yeah.
know what
Like
exactly.
for instance, but I'm not gonna put this here. But you can also like also correct.
Something's
the
correct.
article.
Correcting.
That's actually
One second.
I love this song.
I think we have too much knowledge, so we're kind of like using cheat mode. Okay, whose turn? Or cover something out of the chat.
Like, think of
Put us information on a well source. Well source. Oh, that's gonna be good.
We have to get rid of
No, this
X's.
is one, when you leave one,
Yeah.
perfect. I'm adding another difficulty. So you have corrected the article, but doing so, you've raised like the how do you say, the level of contribution of edition. So this means I don't know the terms in English, but you know when everything like when you have a conflictual article and everyone is editing at the same time at some point. We're blocking and stopping editions.
Oh,
This
protection.
means-
Protection.
Yeah, exactly. We're protecting the articles. So the idea is to show that every time a symbol is covered by another symbol, an icon, well, this is raising. So, for instance, if this happens, it's not moving.
Yeah.
Because- exactly. Okay.
can you just also tell us what this symbol is?
This symbol means the wikification. So if exactly, you can explain.
I know.
I forgot to explain also the. I'm sorry, Viola. You helped me. You actually did the whole translation in Albanian of the game.
Actually, I met Mathilde one time in one of those EduWiki meetings online with Melissa and Solange, and she was presenting their work. I found it really fascinating, and I was like thinking, and it just like it stuck in my mind, like it will be a moment when I will have an image to translate it. And then I got in contact with Lisa because I didn't know Mathilde's email, and then I just like I asked her, could you please share the link with me? So I really want to translate that. I have translated that in Albanian. You guys helped me with figuring out like the visual parts in Albanian, and then we also translated the video. She helped me with like the text, and then translated that with the titles, keeping the French audio and with the titles in Albanian language. So that's why.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
No. Because it is the wrong one.
Yeah, you referred to the wrong version. Yeah.
So we're taking the.
Yeah, exactly. You can do it.
We're gonna balance the points of view here.
I wouldn't cover it
Yeah.
because I didn't really explain the. Yeah. For instance.
Yeah.
So you will have to raise the. So now that the foundation are set, I'm going to explain also how to count the points. This is a point. So a pair of different colors of eye makes a point. An information validates. A source of information validates all the informations. So you have 2 points here, but like no points for the blue one because it's not sourced. This is it's going to be 4 points when it's going to be completed. Thanks. And this puts points off. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 less. Yeah, -5. Exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
Exactly.
So we have to cover those.
Exactly.
Can we cover it like this?
Yeah. Don't forget to raise the. Yeah.
And then we raise.
Exactly. So, for information, the game starts when we arrive to when we reach 20 exactly.
Alright.
Great.
But then I've added one.
It's fine. It's just to show students that like you cannot ever like it's okay to make mistakes because like we're playing all together and like eventually someone will correct the mistake. Exactly.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not moving because it's the same icon. It can be.
Should we move this?
Yeah. Also, you're gonna understand like how it's working. Also, the rules can change. Like just like on Wikipedia, there are like not a lot of rules. And like all together, we can actually comment on the additions that have been made, and also like try to maybe I would have done this, like and stuff.
Yeah, and so the like behind the scenes engagement. You know,
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, then maybe we can't. Like, so we are moving it.
You've already. No.
No, we don't move the.
We don't move because it just completes the circle.
It's Wiki5.
Exactly.
Yay.
What points will give you?
No. No, that's not a reference. Oh, okay.
What if I put here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just remove the erroneous.
Yeah, I'm just gonna Yay. Draw another one. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I didn't really explain either, but you can, for instance, turn the cards. So, like, you can, exactly, for instance, and also, I usually, like, have my habits and put the sources in the corners, so, like, they're untouchable.
Is this possible?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
but,
then it will
exactly.
signification is not right.
Oh, no, so no points.
But you can also,
Can't
like,
touch our points.
it's interesting to understand, like, the trick of, like, is it better, like, to cover a mistake, like,
Or
counting
to
the
let it
points?
go, 'cause it's
Yeah,
out.
exactly.
So now it's published, do we let it go out with the mistake? When fixing it means,
And also, it's like, okay, but I'm adding a point of view while, like, correcting a mistake.
You can cover it.
so I can cover this mistake. Oh, right, you're right, can I cover this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many oranges do we have, and how many violets do we have?
Oranges are more.
Okay.
Another point of view.
That's 12
One point of view
oranges.
smooth, and these are sources, different, like 3 sources.
And
Yeah,
7
this
purple.
is verified, the blue is not, so, yeah, the blue is, which one is that?
Yeah,
These
we
are
all are.
references. These are.
Tu asi că ne-ai să cai cu ne faci panflete, faci paneți.
Yeah, the information is such a source.
Ai cum ne faci paneți, să nu faci paneți.
I got it.
Okay, whose turn?
Oh, you did it, my turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. I can do this.
Yeah. I will this.
Oh.
Oh wait, but then
Yeah, there's still room
The
here.
space here.
This space here.
you know what?
This space here.
I could do this. I could do this. I could
Yeah.
cover the
Yeah,
mistakes
yeah.
and open it up for the next side.
Okay.
Nice.
Should we go up? Okay.
Doe als je het
Vandalism.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good. Okay. That is only more purples. Oh, yay, we also to the rescue.
Some of them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh, perfect.
So does this mean our article is double vetted?
Does that,
But then
no,
they-
that doesn't,
But
allow-
there's-
Yeah.
Yeah, you can turn this straight, perfect.
It could be like, you have an info box, a summary, and an image, for instance. You can explain like the way you want to your project.
Maybe I should put this where it can be easily corrected.
Yeah.
Cute. So do we have balanced points of view now?
You have 10 of purple and more, yeah.
We need a little bit more purple.
So we'll have purple.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, okay. This one is fine.
I don't think it goes.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, so it doesn't go, it doesn't go.
Okay.
And we have only one move left, I think, because
Mhm.
It goes to 20.
Oh,
I think
you
it's
can put it here,
incomplete.
you can put it, hang on.
You don't have like you can also withdraw a card, like trash a card. Withdraw. You can if your cards are getting
No pressure, Mario.
okay. You can also there is you don't need more than a except you don't need more than a source. One source of information like validates all the matching.
Yeah.
Because we need more purple and we have two mistakes also.
Yes.
And it's
Game over.
yeah.
It's over now.
It's over. Yeah. So now we have to count the points to understand like which level of article we've reached. So I'm gonna like come this way. So I'm gonna ask you to count the orange eyes, and I'm gonna ask you to count the purple.
Wat ik kan niet doen, is de Grieks voor dat we voor. Ja, moet ik Dat moet bij boy.
Okay.
15 and 13.
Okay, so it's a little unbalanced, but it's fine, and we're reaching 13 points. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. It sounds like I'm doing like conducting a bingo game. So now we have three for with Wikification. It's 4 each, so we have 12 points. Donc 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, and I forgot how, like, attends. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, okay. Now we are gonna count the information that are sourced. Like, we have all sources of information, and even one more, but only, yeah, we just, like, only one source is required, like, to make the information count. So I'm gonna ask you to count the green, you to count the yellow, and you to count the blue.
We have 5 blue.
So 5 blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.
We have 7 green.
3, alors.
Okay, we're going to
1,
break
2, 3, yeah.
the border.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow!
But
But we're losing 3 points because we left some a few mistakes. So we've reached a good article. We were this close to the quality article, but you know it's our first game, so well, congratulations to all of you. And thank you all for playing. I hope you had fun. Okay.
What is this?
So, thanks for asking the question.
Our winning in this.
Wow.
But this is so good, I
Congratulations. Thank you for the treats. Armin, is that you were asking me the question of like what this is. So the game is as simple as it is, but you can actually challenge your public with other tricks. You can choose different topics that is going to make the game a little more tricky. For instance, you're gonna have the scientific topic. It's gonna mean that a mistake is gonna be it's gonna worth 2 minus points. So in this kind of topic, you're gonna really emphasize on trying to correct as many mistakes as possible. You're gonna have I can't translate this. Okay, you're gonna have a new topic. It's gonna mean you cannot withdraw cards and you're gonna have to play your cards. A political topic, so it's gonna mean the unbalanced points of view are gonna make you lose more points, and so on and so on. So it doesn't exist also on this version. Thanks. But you're gonna also have other cards. No, it's not written. So you can see here. So you have the contribution cards that we played with, the topic cards, but also the profile. Yeah, exactly. Profile cards, and exactly. So it's trying to represent the diversity of the editors of the community. So it's going to allow you to have some powers on the game. For instance, the administrator. It's going to be you can actually modify and create up to 3 roles during the game. You're going to have I can't translate the name either because I don't know them all by heart. But you're going to have a card that is going to allow you to play outside of the frame. You can actually also have these kind of tricks, and so on and so on. So I guess now I don't know how long I still have. Okay. So now it's time for Q&A. If you're done with the game, I don't think we have time for another game. But really, thank you for participating. Harry. Yeah, I think I'm gonna explain it.
She has a question. How do you get that?
Yeah, I think Armin also asked. I'm gonna try to explain. Okay. So. My presentation is going to be accessible, maybe, je sais pas. Mathieu? Mathieu, est-ce que tu peux prendre le micro et le passer aux gens qui ont posé des questions? STP. Merci. So I've been asked how you guys can access to the print and play game. So this presentation is going to be accessible on the meta page. And this image, if you click on it, you will be able to access to the Wikimedia Commons article, and you will be able to access to the PDF. So this is in French. There is also an Albanian version existing. Also, we just had, like, we've just been delivered this small version of the game. So it's just the cards. It's super, it's pretty cute. And you have like these little cards, and just like a medicine box, it's like the rules and also like the medication instruction that you generally cannot get out of the box. And you will find the rules on one part and the plate on the other part. There is also a digital version that I wanted to show you guys today, but I don't think it's gonna, I'm gonna waste time like finding it. So I'm gonna try to make it accessible on Meta too afterwards. But the digital version will enable you as a program, like education program manager or project manager for teacher training, because you cannot like move around like as many classes as you want, or like actually reach out to the teachers you will want to train. And the digital version is meant to ease the training, like to explain the game. Okay, I think I have 5 minutes left for questions. So if you guys have any question about the game, please feel free. Or I guess it's going to be more time for the change of workshops. But really, thank you. Lisa.
Thank you. So you were explaining, Mathilde, you've been going to schools and working with teachers, students directly. I'm curious to know what has been like the most surprising like change or perspective that you have seen from the students or from the teachers after they play the game.
After is complicated to say, but during the game I was really like amazed to see how interactive the game was. Like you can actually like. We're trying to launch a project, a long-term project with an organization that is specialized on kids who are like getting away from school, basically. And so it's a difficult audience, and they were like skeptical about the game first. And then they were actually playing it and like commenting on the others' contribution and really willing to win all together. So I find this really interesting. Like, I don't say it's the best game, and I'm pretty sure it can be, it can get better, like through our, like we're a community, so this can be helpful like for it to be better. But it's interesting. The way it's been designed by a specialized firm, by the way. It's the benefits of this game, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, we're 2 minutes to go, so I guess I can.
Any more questions?
How much does it cost to print like the placemats and such?
So the game you've played with is like, it's the only version we have, and I think it's around, it's a little expensive. I think it's around 200 euros. I forgot to tell you, so this little game is 10 euros worth. And I'm going to leave a note so you can actually write your email address if you're interested in pre-ordering it, or just to have some more information about the news of the game. And yeah, otherwise the game, as I was telling you from the start, is print and play. So you can actually have it like freely, and then it's just printing it out. It can also be black and white because you have numbers on it. And it's also, for your information, just color blind friendly. So all of the colors are reading for color blind people. There's another question.
What if you want to create a regional version of this? Who has, like, are there any kind of rights placed on this? Like, how can we create a copy or probably a translated version of this?
We're thinking of translating it in English with our game designer. So it's going to come before the summer, I think. And then maybe Viola, you can actually answer.
I can share my experience. So when I started So based on my experience, it's just like I use Google Translate. I translated that from French to English because I'm better at English. But I also understand a little bit of French, especially when I see that written. And afterwards, after I had it all in Albanian language, I asked a friend of mine, she speaks great French, and she just did the general edits for me. And then I added that for myself, and that's it.
Thank you for the experience sharing. Okay, so I guess it's... yeah. Thank you for listening and participating to the game.
Thank you very much, Matilda, and I think this was a very interesting game to play. So I hope that you have enjoyed. For the next 25 minutes, we have publishing Wikipedia, peer-reviewed articles with wiki journals. So we will have our amazing Andrew Lung and Atikun Suvanakhan. I'm sorry if I pronounced names wrong. It was not, okay, it was fine. But they will tell us more about WikiJournal, how to attract new audience, what's their new findings, new experience, and how all of you can join us. So come to the stage, and I hope you will enjoy. Yeah, you can use this as well.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Long. My username is Ohana United.
And good morning. My name is Atikun. My username is atikun.suw, the first three letters of my family name.
So today we're going to talk about WikiJournal. We will give you a quick overview of what WikiJournal is, and then followed by how to our publication method to publish peer-reviewed journal articles in different methods, and then we also give an overview of what happens in our current situation and what our future endeavor is. So, of course, we're going to talk about trying to bridge the academic and the Wikimedia community divide. As you know, there is still a little bit of a gap between the two groups. And yeah, how to get involved, including such as yourself, you could be able to publish a peer-reviewed journal article from this. So what are we? So we are an open access peer-reviewed journal. It costs nothing to publish with us. The readers do not need to pay. So it's a diamond/platinum open access journal. So which is one tier above the gold open access, because the gold ones they charge like how much do they charge?
Depending on the articles, depending on the journals, I've seen from $1,000 US to even $7,000 US, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, and if you're coming from a developing country, you're simply not. The amount is just insurmountable when you're trying to publish in an open access journal. However, a lot of the funding agencies nowadays will require you to publish in open access because those are typically government funded, which means that they're coming from like taxpayers, and the taxpayers should be able to see those scientific results without being locked behind paywalls.
Yeah, this is problematic in Thailand as well, as we are a developing country. So we tend to have limited amount of research funding. So when we are required to publish in journals as open access, it is usually the burden of the authors rather than the burden of the grant funding institutions.
So we kind of found the niche of able to host within Wikiversity, so therefore we don't have to pay for the hosting fee. It's covered by foundation, and of course, as just like Wikipedia, we do not charge anyone to read our contents. So what we found is that we could engage with the academic peer review materials. Anyone could work on it online. We have a preprint version. We have a transparent publishing, which means that, for example, the peer reviews, if the reviewer chooses to be anonymous, but if otherwise the reviewer identity is known and their full review history and the comments are made public rather than behind closed doors. And mainly, it's to bridge the Wikimedia and the academic publishing gap. So currently we have medicine, science, humanities. We're about to launch the next one, which is psychology, psychiatry, and behavioral sciences shortly, hopefully by the end of this year. And we also have the preprint. So their domains are basically what the name implies. So I won't spend too much time to mention what you should cover. But they're pretty much a very broad range, just like +1. Those are typically called the mega journals because they publish a lot of a variety of topics, just like nature or science. They cover all kinds of different topics and not just focus on, say, proteins or cell biology or evolution, etc.
So what is the purpose of doing wiki journals? Because it's about reputation, okay? Because the public, they have different opinions on Wikipedia as a whole. Let me figure out how to use the pointer. Anyway, it's not working. So the public generally trusts Wikipedia, but when it comes to people in academia like me, we tend to have mixed opinions. First, I think in early 2000, most of the academia, we believe that Wikipedia is not a reliable reference source. So as time moved on, we realized that rather than criticizing whether or not Wikipedia is a reliable source, the only thing we can do is to make it better. And when it comes to the second part, the authors, when we talk about wiki journals, okay, there can be very high number of authors, right? And then these authors can come from different fields of study. And then the main difference of wiki journal is that the peer review system, rather than having pre-publication review by 2 or 3 experts, we also have post-publication peer review and public peer review, which means that people who come across the article online, anyone who come across the article online, can have their say on the article before, during, or even after the publication process.
Yeah, basically they're utilizing the talk page if they notice there's any issues, for example, references, if they notice that something seems odd, or if they identify that, for example, oh, this paper was actually published elsewhere already, and so someone might be trying to publish it using the same paper to publish in multiple journals, and so they could flag those out rather than just having like one, like 2 or 3 pairs of eyes. You have a lot more people that are looking into them.
Yeah, and it's also constantly updated. So from my experience, a few weeks ago, I published one article, and then I found out that I made a typo on the article, but there's no way to correct it apart from writing a correction paper which be attached to that paper afterward, which is not ideal, but having the possibility of updating it afterward, it's a big plus in my opinion.
Yeah. You have to click.
And maybe you want to expand on the readership side?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yep. So as we know, Wikipedia it has broad reach across the world. But comparing to, for example, journals, we often joke that like when you write your thesis, there's only maybe 5 other people in the world that will ever read it in your entire lifetime because the other people article. One of the recent example is we have recently published a paper on the history of coronavirus. Obviously, if it was published 4 or 5 years ago, it wouldn't have covered COVID. So it would just talk about like coronavirus in dogs or mouse. It wouldn't talk about humans. But if that were to be published, then we could simply amend that and add in a new section that talks about the global pandemic. And public peer review is very important because we could demonstrate that the reviewers have read the work and what kind of critiques they made. And subsequently, because of the history, we know precisely how the authors have addressed those comments through the changes comparing the edits. Yeah.
Oh, here are some different, 2 different ways you can contribute to wiki journals. You can conduct your own research, right? That's independent materials. You perform an experiment, you have carried out all the stuff needed for publication, then you write your manuscript and then you publish it on, not publish it, but submit it to the wiki journal page. Or you can have some Wikipedia articles and submit it to wiki journal. So there are 2 possibilities of how you contribute as an author, okay? And then after you have submitted your manuscript, it will be received by our editors, and our editors will try to find appropriate reviewers for that particular manuscript, but sometimes we do have difficulties in finding reviewers, right?
Yes.
There was an instance where we have invited 70 reviewers and no reply. Yeah, and then that's recent, right?
Yeah, it's getting more frustrated, especially after the pandemic. We often send like reviews upon reviews. It's not just us. We have heard that from other journals as well. It just becomes swamped, and if you're trying to do like a hot topic like AI or climate change, you might be sending 100 or 200, and then you might only get 1 or 2 that said they would review. And then a month later, when you chase them down and see like, hey, have you completed a review? They may say, I need more time, or they simply just ignore you, and then you have to go back to scratch and you have to keep on sending more requests to those people.
And when after the peer review is done, and not only the peer reviewers that have a chance to have that say on the article, people in the public are also able to comment on the article. And then this process, the peer review process, and then back and forward between the peer reviewers and the authors. Usually, how many rounds are there? 1 or 2 rounds, right?
It depends whether the reviewers think that like it has the authors have sufficiently addressed the comments. If they rebut or they disagree on something, then it might go on a few more rounds. Yeah.
Yeah, and if the changes are satisfactory, then the article can be accepted for publication. And normally the process from submission to publication, it takes around, I don't know, maybe 4 months? Maybe?
Yeah, it takes about that. It also depends on the discipline. When it comes to humanities, where where it is the fields are much more niche, it's even harder to find, say, a peer reviewer for an English historical events from the 1400s. The field is super narrow, and there might be only like 5 or 6 experts in the entire world, and if 4 of them turned it down, then what are you going to do, right? So that's one of the limitations that we have.
But the quickest that we have was around 1.5 months, right? That was the quickest.
Yeah, the quickest is like 1.5, so it's very lightning quick. And what's interesting is that not only do the author gets like a citable copy that they could include on the CV resume for the academic work, the changes also get brought back into Wikipedia, so that Wikipedia also benefits from having this expert subject matter expert, 2 of them at least, having review on that content. And one of the best example we have is the article on surface tension. It was labeled as a good article, which means that it has gone through Wikipedia community review, at least one person, and it was assigned with a good article status on English Wikipedia. When we sent it out to the peer reviewers, both of them slammed it hard, and they said some of the theories were outdated, and they recommended to reject the article, which we did, and we posted that commentary back onto the talk page of that article, and subsequently it got delisted from the good article because of those comments. So we are not only just submitting good contents to improve Wikipedia, but we are able to also identify some of the problematic ones through the peer review process and see meaningful changes on Wikipedia. Next slide. Yep, click one more, I think. Yeah. So what we have is kind of like a dual contribution pathways. Is we could have independent scholars with a living version, large visibility. So there is a guarantee that like people will be reading it, and for wiki journals, it also helps build the reputation because one of the struggles for a journal at the beginning is simply just publishing the amount of articles. When we applied for Scopus for having to be indexed, one of the pushback we received was that you guys are doing great, but you guys are not publishing enough articles for the last 2 years. Could you please come back and apply when you get like X number of articles? I forgot what the number they were asking for within a year and over the 2 years, so that you could and then try reapply again. So that is one of the way where we could bump up the publication numbers without sacrificing the quality of those articles. Yep, I think I kind of covered that. Yeah. So peer review. Anybody in the room could also contribute on the peer review as a public. If you know in your domain, whether you're a librarian or whether you're a scholar or whether you're in engineering or an artist, you could also mention that, like, hey, I noticed that this article, which I know of, something looks off, or the referencing seems to be wrong, just like what we have with our game. So we have received feedbacks and the authors took upon it and updated it. And when it comes to the peer reviewers, we give them options of either choose to be anonymous or have the identity made open. What we found is that over time, from 2013, we have about 30% of the reviewers saying that, yep, you could include my name along with the peer review. But you could see that over time, it has increased steadily to past like 80%, meaning that people do stand behind the work. And having the identity, having the public peer review open, it also clamps down on some of the harassment issues that we have, or sexist comments. Because I know, for example, I know a friend who's like female engineer in a university, and she would sometimes get sexist remarks commenting to how women should not be engineers. But when we have public peer review and we made that known clear in advance, then it also removes some of those safety issues or inappropriate comments, because they know that it's going to show up, even if they choose to be anonymous in their reviews. But we do offer that in case there are some very critical comments that they want to attach, but they don't want to damage their reputation. So we do offer that. But as you can see from the graph, it is trending up. Yep, and one of the things that we want is we want you to help our journal grow. One of the ways is to join the editorial board. Medicine, science, and humanities, especially for humanities and science, because those fields are so broad. When you're science, you're looking anything from like proteins to climate change to computer science to minerals, astronomy. So we need a large contingency. Similarly for humanities. Humanities cover a wide area, and a lot of the editor-in-chiefs are more of like scientists trained. So we need more help with the humanities side to help the journals grow.
And also today we are fortunate to have Netha, yeah, who is also serving as editor of Wiki Journal of Medicine.
Yeah. Yeah. So so we'll quickly talk about what are current and future developments for Wiki journals. So right now we have so Wiki Journal of Medicine, because it's established a few years ahead of the other journals, so it has published about 50 plus articles. Science, it has published just over 30. We have crossed that mark with 2 articles published in the last month. Humanities, we understand that it is a little bit more difficult topic, and I think everyone is aware that there are content gaps within in the humanities area, and this is very reflective of the similar publishing counts in our field as well. But one of the very interesting things that we found is that we do get quite a bit of views from other journal articles that are published in both science and medicine. Humanities, because of the way that they are referenced, so it tends to get a little bit less a reader from other peer-reviewed journal articles. And one interesting fact is that it's actually, when it comes to citations, we found that it's actually not so much journal articles, but they're actually image galleries. So for example, we have published image galleries. For example, someone identified a set of, say, the anatomy of a heart, and they would find comments, images, illustrations that show like how a heart works, and then we would actually publish that as kind of like an article, but it's like images within an article, and those actually get the highest number of citations, more than even of our top 5. I think 4 of them are like image galleries. So that is very interesting when you look at like 50 plus articles, the top 5 in medicine, 4 of them are images. So there is like a really big need for open access images that we found. Yeah, I kind of
picture. A picture speaks 1,000 words. Yeah.
And we are fully integrated with Wikidata. So, for example, the authors, they are all linked. The keywords, and like the review process, the dates, submission dates, acceptance or decline dates. Those are all fully integrated onto Wikidata. So you could do a query, you could do and try to see, like, I want to find articles published before this year, and it has more than 2 peer reviewers. So you could certainly do that. Yep, so good news is recently, I think last year, Wiki Journal of Medicine is indexed in Scopus.
Yeah, and since we first indexed in Scopus, I think we started to have more submissions, right?
Yeah.
This is very important from the author's perspective, because when the authors are looking for a journal to publish, and they always look for journals that are indexed in Web of Science, PubMed, and Scopus, all these reputable databases, because when it comes to their career advancement, the articles that get evaluated for them to get promoted would have to be from journals or publishers that are reputable, and Scopus is one of them. So that's how I think we were able to gain more submissions by being indexed in one of these indexes.
Yeah, so that is kind of like what one of our main goal is, and we also have another goal, which is that we actually work on a request for proposal for Wiki Journal to become the next sister project. So the vote has already taken place on Meta since 2019. It was actually supposed to go into the next phase, which is presenting to the board. However, that kind of stopped because of COVID. And so we're trying to kickstart the process. So you can see that overwhelming majority of the Wikimedia community is in support of Wiki Journal and wants to see that grow as the next sister project. So on the equal footing as, say, like Wikisource, Wikiquotes, Commons, Wikidata.
Or even Wikipedia, who knows?
Yeah. So yeah, we want to increase our contributors. We want to expand into the university curriculums by promoting the journals and also the awareness of our journals. We want to partner with specialized journals. That some of the journals, they are actually like a computational biology. They actually want the authors to also create like a wiki copy of the published papers, so we could work with that to have a dual publication simultaneously to benefit for both the readers as well as the scientists themselves. And yeah, like I said, we're expanding into other disciplines like psychology. So who knows? We could be expanding into other areas like music, law, business, etc. Yep. And yeah, so, go back, please. Sorry. Yeah, so yeah, specialized extension. So as we kind of talked about this morning, there are still some technical gaps that we need to address, like trying to find like how often does that article get cited. It takes a lot of time converting from a separate article from a Word document into like a PDF. Those take a lot of time, and also because we pay our contractors, so it also eats up a substantial amount of our funding to perform these repetitive and something that could actually be like an automated task, and that is something that we hope to resolve this issue in the near future. Yeah. So yeah, take-home message. I think next slide. I think it has So the take-home message is we're kind of like blending in the Wikipedia and the academic publishing platform. And there is definitely a large, we identify that as a large capacity for growth. As I said, the galleries are definitely a source for expansion. There are many ways to contribute for everyone in the room. We're especially looking for like librarians or lecturers, professors to join us with the editorial board to help us grow in different areas. And yeah. So here are the free links, as I mentioned, because we're hosted on Wikiversity. So these are just like redirects back onto these websites are redirect links back to the Wikiversity pages for the free journals. And we'll be happy to take some questions.
Right on time.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have two questions. The first one, when you say you're hosted on Wikiversity, you're meaning Wikiversity in English. So I think one element of what I see here as an ecosystem is that this could lead to not having this whole project stayed in English, because I think including the economic barrier that you have described, you have a language barrier on how science is shared. So I wanted to understand more what are the steps or the next steps around multilingualism. Another question that I have is around impact factor. Yes. So you've mentioned the number of views, which is one element, one criterion that we are of course interested in, but how does it relate to how science deals with how good science is made, which is basically understanding the factoring H5 and everything that is involved with. Thank you.
I could take the first half, and then Akifan could expand on the second question. So I actually skipped through it because I was looking at the time and realized that I was over by a little bit. Oh, we're good? Okay. Yeah. So we actually have published in other languages. So we have one researcher who's Nepalese. So once the article is published and accepted as the English version, the researcher translated into Nepalese and published it as well in Nepalese language. So that is one way where we have and successfully published in non-English. 2 years ago, we were actually working with Ukraine to try to publish like a special issue for Ukrainian scientists. But of course, as the war started, so we had to suspend that initiative because a lot of their research nature climate change, nature communications, Nature, like nanobiology, those kind of stuff. And because they already have an existing reputation, it's very easy to draw submissions because of their name. So yes, they just basically have, the time is the only factor that they have to wait it out. It's kind of like a prison sentence. They have to sit out for 2 years before they get an impact factor. For us, because we're kind of starting from scratch, we have more legwork to do, and it becomes a chicken and egg problem. People don't want to submit because it's not indexed. Well, so you have less numbers being published. That excludes you from being able to apply to be indexed. So as a result, the scientists will choose to publish elsewhere. So it's it's really complicated. There's no good solution to solve this problem on top of the 2 years, of course.
One thing that's happening is most journals don't want narrative reviews of the literature. They want systematic reviews. Most graduate students cannot do systematic reviews but they have to do a narrative review for their dissertations. So it seemed to me that would be a great population because they will have their main article published in whatever journal, but to publish their narrative review of the literature, because journals used to accept that. Nowadays they don't. It's very difficult that a journal will accept a narrative review of the literature. So perhaps that's the public that needs to be informed about this option, professors in graduate programs, to encourage students to publish their narrative literature reviews.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that most definitely. We find that a lot of our source contents are like encyclopedic review articles, which means that an existing copy already exists on Wikipedia in some form, whether it's like a short stub or it's a feature article. We get all kinds of articles from different variety of quality, and what we often do is we get it expanded so that the review article could get published. But more importantly, we also have like narratives. It's not just narratives, but also like how the evolution of that field has transformed over the years, like a history or like a chronology, something that journals don't only publish the latest, flashiest, biggest announcements, but they kind of neglected a lot of the things that were taken along the pathway. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I think one way to encourage high quality review articles would be invited contribution. We have never done that. Or maybe we could invite big names in the field, inviting them to write an article and say on top of their paper, invited contribution, things like that. I think it would help because at what one of the audience said, it's difficult nowadays to publish narrative reviews because most highly impact journals, they always look for systematic reviews because at the end this would give them more citations and that would lead to higher impact factor. Yeah.
Okay, so if we have no more questions, I would really like to thank Andrew and Atikan for such a wonderful presentation and session. It was very enlightening. Thank you very much. We will have a 1 hour and a half break. We will have lunch, so we can just go to restaurant and have a little break. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was a very good question.
Thank you, Gorana. I'm Nebojša Ratković, Education Program Manager at Wikimedia Serbia, and I'm here today to share with you some insights about Wikipedia's translator. I was thinking this session to be interactive, so I invite you to share your ideas, your experiences, and anything you want to say about this topic. So I will present very briefly all the possibilities and some examples of how we use Wikipedia's translator here in Serbia. After that, I would like to reflect and discuss things with you and to hear your experiences. And at the end, I prepared here some paper. Maybe we should work in smaller groups and answer some questions. My idea was to publish some guidelines for others who want to use Wikipedia's translator in their work, to have some main points and that they can use in their work. But first, because we just came back from the lunch, we are going to have a game. So we all need to stand up, and I'll show you some questions, and you have to choose if you are going left or right in this room, depending on the answer you want to give. So please stand up. So first statement is, I'm a morning person and I love getting things done during the early hours of the day. Yes or no, depending on your answer. No, you have to, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. So great to see. I'm not to use because they don't check their articles, and we got really bad articles on Wikipedia. And after that, we decided not to forbidden that, but to teach them how to use it. Maybe like a better option for them because they use it anyway. So here are some examples. We started to use Wikipedia's translator in high schools, where teachers of foreign languages use Wikipedia as a translating exercise instead of some other activities. It really motivates students a lot because they have their work published for the first time. That's something all people can see and they can share with others. Since we do that with teachers of foreign languages, they always check those articles and they give some feedback on what they have to correct, if there is something to correct. So then we made some good cooperations with faculties. We have two examples of that. One is Faculty of Organizational Sciences, which is really close to this place, and we used Wikipedia's translator there as a tool for translating, for exercise of translation. And it's a really good example because they do that with their professors, and they have a lot of meetings where they discuss what they translated. And they also use Microsoft Word, if I'm not wrong, to make those first versions of their text. After that, they publish on Wikipedia, because they have like many meetings and many discussions on their work. And the second example is Faculty of Philology. We do have a cooperation there with Masters of Translation, And what they do is to use Wikipedia's translator in a way they only click on the translation, which is usually wrong. There are a lot of mistakes there. They publish that in their sandboxes, and then they compare that machine translator with like real person's translator. So they do like their translation twice. They compare that, and they after that publish their articles with all the corrections. So we get really good insights on Wikipedia's translator in that example, and we also published our insights during the conference Translation and Multilingual Practice in the World's Largest Online Encyclopedia. It was an online conference organized by Center of Translation in Hong Kong. And you can read our paper in a few months, because we are going to publish all those results. So I would also like to use this conference just to get some more experiences and all the things you struggle on using Wikipedia's translator, just to have in mind, and also when I publish those guidelines. But before that, and before our interactive part, I would also like to ask Maria. Maria is one of the organizers of that workshop. Yeah. Of that workshop at the Faculty of Organizational Sciences, and maybe she can also share her experience with this project.
Thank you. Thank you, Nebojša. Hello, everyone. I hope that you're enjoying your stay here in Serbia. As Nebojša said, my name is Maria, and I'm a supporting assistant at the Faculty of Organizational Sciences, but I've just recently started teaching there and using Wikipedia as a tool. Actually to incorporate it into our curriculum. So the way we use Wikipedia is, at the second year of studies, we collaborate with second-year students in order to integrate this translation as a skill for learning, because as you know, it has been the, let's say, the subject of many diverse opinions, whether to use it or not, but we wanted to incorporate this to prove that it can be a useful skill to actually acquire some new skills. So we had the chance to work with Nebojša, and so our students had to go through a series of phases to translate articles from English into Serbian, and that was organized in the following way. So first of all, they had some technical workshop, let's say. Then this was followed by some translation workshops as well, and then this was again followed by some discussions with them, consultations. They had two so far, so we offered our help in this project. It was like mentorship, and so this was how they submitted their first draft, after which they also had consultations, and we offered feedback based on the list of criteria that we had. So this was, again, the final outcome was actually to produce this final version, which would then be published on Wikipedia. So what this experience has showed us is that it can be a useful tool in strengthening student skills, to analyze text critically, to also develop their awareness of language and how language is used, and to develop some, let's say, some skills, comparative skills, that they can analyze Serbian and English, and to actually deduce how language is used differently in these different contexts. So to conclude, yep, this has been a very useful experience for us and our students, and we hope to use it, to continue using it actually in the course of our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Yeah, and we always get very good outcomes from their students, and we started that project a few years ago, actually, yeah, and we are doing it every year. So I don't want to take more time. I just want to hear your experiences with Wikipedia's translator, if you would like to share them with others.
Hello everyone, I am Jagsir from India, Punjabi Wikimedia user group. So the thing is that I started working on Wikipedia in 2017. So I was mostly, as we all do, we translate article from English to our local language. So in 2019, what I did that I emailed to a local NGO that I know the translation and I can translate your stuff to Punjabi language. So I started volunteering with them. I was translating their social media posts and their newsletters and all the things. So after 1 month, they said that we need a full-time translator. So we like your work and we would like to offer you a job. So because of Wikipedia, that I started translating because of Wikipedia, I got a job and now I'm working with them full-time. So, and why it is important for me because my last job was in an office of an advocate. So I barely get a day off because of the workload. But here I just have to send them a message that I am unavailable from this day to this day, and they said we are okay with that. So I thank Wikipedia and especially these kind of skills that we acquire from Wikipedia. So we get kind of skills to grow professionally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yep.
Well, sorry for my English is not very good. This is the best I can say in English, right? No, that sentence. We are from Spain and we work with Alcalá de Henares University in traducción de alemán. It's yes, translating from German. They work in groups. They are in university, second year, right? And they work in groups translating from German to Spanish. And it's very good when they discuss about the, I don't know the word in English, I'm sorry. Sesgo, los sesgos. Yeah, bias, the bias, because also in German Wikipedia they have some problems in describing things, as everybody. And when they translate into Spanish, they said, no, this is not good. So it's very interesting to see the students discussing about the bias they find in the articles. And then when they finish, there are groups of 4 people, they prepare a video explaining in Spanish the work they've done with that article. So, for example, the first year they work on women's creators, and the second year work on climate change, and now they are going to work on movies about the Second World War. So, but the videos are very interesting because, for example, for the International Women's Day, they show the videos and they, well, I'm sorry, my English is not good. I'm very tired. So that's it. I don't. No creo, pero bueno. So it's a very nice experience to work in groups. That's the most important thing.
And those videos are available for us to see them, or those videos are available to see? Can we show? Yes. Okay, great.
They are on YouTube, but the problem is that the students didn't understand much about Creative Commons, so they just put pictures, you know. But it's very interesting work. I will let you know later.
Great, thank you. Clara?
Yeah, I have just tried translator recently, like maybe 3 times, because I was very like, what? I have to do it by myself, every sentence. But we have, I'm the oldest one like in Wikipedia time in our team, and I noticed that new people in our staff are using only translator, and they convinced me when we had a very hard editathon with like 3 days all the time with humanitarian action in Poland, hard topics, not so much time, and I tried to use it, and it was very useful just even to have a structure of the article. And I could easily manage with making corrections in sentences and so on. But it was me, because I like this stuff and I feel the vibe of the sentence and so on. But our community is rather against using this. All the time we have on our coffee, how to say, kawiarenka in Polish, this place where Wikipedians are discussing. Oh, village farm. We have coffee, coffee. So they very often there are statements that shut it down. Not even more. We can't all the time. We make corrections on this translations version. So it's very hard even to confess that you use this. No, because students like translating and not checking. And the language, not even the sources are okay and everything, but the language, you can see comparing Polish to English, that was translated from English or German. So the most opposition is in the community. So it's, I don't know yet how to deal with this, because it's very easy, it's a great tool for students and newbies, but community is very angry because we have to, there are not so many people with the skills to accept the changes, yes.
I just want to continue this discussion. In big languages like English, Russian, or I don't know, Chinese, maybe it's worked well, that translator, but in small language, for example, Georgian, it's not works well. Because there is some grammatic differences between the language. For example, you need to, when you are translating from English, you need to start translating at the end of the sentence, because the style, it's very different. And there are in Wikipedia many contests like C Spring, and many participants using this tool. And to prevent, like without any difference, like without any fixing, to put this article in the Wikipedia, we also have a rule, just not put this translation directly to the Wikipedia. Just you need to check and then put this article on Wikipedia. That prevents some kind of like timing for us, like spending time on corrections that translated articles. So the problem is that in small language it's not work well, but it's still useful for some kind, like Google Translate.
Actually, it is using Google Translate, yeah, and that's actually, yeah, Yandex and Google, yeah.
Yeah, the same here in North Macedonia. We work with high school students and students in university and even adults. And the best tool is this translator, but you have to tell them to check the translation, as this is Google Translate, of course. And you said about the Georgian language, but I think that I heard from before that Slavic language is problematic for machine translator. Yeah, except maybe, I don't know about Russia. I don't speak Russian, so. Yes. And one thing, we all the time, we are, when we train the students to how to edit Wikipedia, how to translate, with the translator we tell them to check the text. This is, the Google is giving them something, but sometimes the whole sentence is okay, but many times it's not okay. And many times, as we speak with Devosha, it happened in Serbian also. The article is about the woman, and there is a, yeah, and he, I mean, it's not he, it's so the student who leave the article as this has 0 points, because if they read it before, they will know that there is something they have to correct. It's a mistakes, a very big mistakes. And the translator is good because there is a structure of the article you can have with the titles and everything. So the references are there, all that. Yes, everything. Info boxes, most of them. Yes, a lot of time. Categories and internal. Yes, yes, everything.
I recommend it sometimes to students, translate on two language. On Armenian, yes, it's not right, into Russian and Czech between. Because you can find, yes, our students know Russian. You can translate to another third language. It's easy. And write in draft, and later after check is bring.
Okay.
I'm Do from Turkish Wikipedia. All the first, we have a speed dilation criteria on Turkish Wikipedia called unqualified machine translation. So if someone makes some translation and republish it on Turkish Wikipedia, probably our experienced users are taken as a speedy dilation. It's because on Turkish Wikipedia we are not welcoming to machine translation, but sometimes people using machine translation, especially the translator gadget on the Wikipedia, they're using it, but they have no idea how they need to use it, because they just want to contribute. Actually, their just aim is this. But when they release the article, they don't have some template translation. For example, references in Turkish we call it as a kaynakça, but when they release, they are using referanslar. It's a big problem for us. But I think the gadget is really good for the newcomers, So people just grabbing something to the Wikipedia, and then they just realize, oh, actually I can translate something. So what I need, I can use that gadget for translation, and it makes that people excited. Yeah, actually I am supporting this, but in the other hand, I think most Wikipedias are not supporting the machine translation on their Wikipedias. That's my experience. I never used translator gadget on Turkish Wikipedia because I don't need it, because I am an experienced user, so that I can translate and I can just write the template names, blah, blah. But I think the translator gadget needs some improves for the new buyers, because they don't have the template names. We have a problem with template names. How we can, yes. Exactly. Yeah. No, template name is okay, but the parameters are not working properly. Yes, totally.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so
and that's why, because it's very easy to translate from English into all other languages. So we have singers or actors and actresses from USA in all our languages, and no es representativo, ¿no? Hay actrices con 150 idiomas y hay presidentes con 5.
And they are not equally represented, because you have some singers or actors with 100 like language versions, and you have some presidents with 5 language options.
So it's important to guide the students in which kind of articles they are going to translate.
Yeah, very good point. What we did in Serbia with one institution, they get 25 points of 100 for their Wikipedia contribution. And we told them, this was the first year, we told them, if you use Wikipedia Translator and you do not check your article, you're going to get 0 points. So if you think it's worth it, then do it. But if you don't think, better check those articles. And I got it's 250 articles from that institution. I started to check on them, and they are much, much better than they were before. So that's one thing. About the templates, I also have to agree, because we have huge problems with that. And it simply doesn't work in Serbian, definitely. Yeah. And About the languages, I also noticed that because sometimes I translate from Spanish and sometimes I use Wikipedia's translator because sometimes it's easier for me. It's much better translation than from English to Serbian. From Spanish to Serbian is much better. Yeah, maybe because of, I don't know, context or sentences or...
I'm not a tech person, but I was wondering, because, for example, in Poland we have better translation tool than Google Translator, deep.pl. So is it possible to switch this or integrate? If someone could do this, maybe it would be better and won't be so many issues with style and syntax, yes, and everything with sentences. I don't know how to do it.
Which translator you talk about?
Deep.pl.
It's better than Google Translator.
In Polish translation.
But it's multilingual.
E-P-P-L. Like
Deeple.
And suddenly in 5 minutes, text will integrate.
And we also did that when they publish their articles, they should do that in Sandbox, because from Wikipedia Translator you can publish in Sandbox. You don't have to publish.
Can you do this? Oh yeah, this was my problem. I only tried 3 times. So is it possible? Yes, like because I have this gadget, I switch it on. And then there is no possibility to go to Sandbox. I have to copy this. Yeah, I can. Oh, you can show us.
Yes, there is an option to. I can show you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, you want to say something? No. Okay, so I would like just to yeah, maybe we are not going to work in a group, so we are going to work all together. I just wanted to make some list of some possible stakeholders or institutions or anyone you think can use Wikipedia Translator in their work. Are those only schools and faculties, or you have something else on your mind?
Mistakes, but so schools, faculties, and every other adult, seniors, everyone.
And what about okay, sorry for that. I don't know what happened and how it happened. What about the language schools or something like that? Okay.
That yeah, I noted this. Whoa. Cosmic. I know. I know.
Maybe I should hold.
I noted this solution, like language teachers, it's a good target group, but maybe with this solution from Florencia, that after that we discuss what we have done and the differences, because when like students in language schools just like use it and okay, bye.
Someone else, not me. Comparing with the machine, translated, it was not me. In my case, was the videos.
The videos, yes. But it was the videos was I thinking of that they analyze what they have done and making more awareness of the steps and maybe how my process of translation went and what the machine learning did. you know, that to take something more, just switch on the translator.
Okay. I was also thinking. Neću više koristiti. Okay, we are not going to use that mic anymore. I was also thinking about, because I was learning Spanish in Instituto Cervantes, and I was also thinking about maybe institutes of foreign languages we can offer Wikipedia's translator. It's also an option. And
We have cooperation with one big university in Poznań, in Poland, and last year, like 4 or 3 departments of foreign languages were trying this tool, and with students. So they were discussing, I suppose then, but the goal was to translate like from the French Wikipedia into Polish. And they use this translator. So universities are also on the list.
Yeah. Thank you. But when I say faculties in schools, I refer to those who are not like language teachers, like Maria, for example. So, like a math teacher who wants to work on Wikipedia. They are also, I think, our target group. And I also had an idea. I don't know if anyone of you would like to maybe do something like that, to organize like international editathon on some topic. For example, students in Serbia can write articles about Spain we don't have on Serbian Wikipedia, and your students will write articles about the Serbian topics in Spain. And we can do that maybe the same day, and we can do that on, I don't know, maybe statehood day of Spain or Serbia, or relate that to some important date, for example.
It's a great idea. In Spain last year, we have 5 or 7 languages in Spain, right? And we prepare an editathon for translating into all the languages the articles about the International Day of something. So, because it was very difficult to decide which type of articles we were going to translate because of political tensions. So we said, well, International Days is not political for us, so it's okay to translate that. And that was a good idea. And also last year, a group of students of Spanish, Spanish, German, sorry. We went all together to the book fair in Frankfurt, because Spain was the country invited last year to the book fair. So it was a very good experience for the students and also for Wikimedia Deutschland. They were very happy to have us there. So I think looking, for example, shut up.
If you want to say something, I can translate. Okay. So do you have any more ideas of how we can use Wikipedia Translator among us, among Wikimedia movement, or? Because I just shared that, my idea with you, but maybe you also have some ideas. I mean, we can do that with every language, so I just mentioned Spanish, but it could be done like among 3 or 4 different languages, right? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but sorry.
Yeah, I mean, as a community, they can manage and Wiki Marathon bitbinden, so that you know, they can put a rule. You have to rule. You have. I mean, as a rule, you can say use the translator for this Wiki Marathon because it's yeah. I mean, no. Maybe someone support it, maybe someone not. It doesn't matter. If you want to do something with that translator gadget, it's okay. I mean, in this way you can use it with the others. That's it.
That's working draft or yes? As a creating draft, for example, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm again. I'm so excited about it because this is something new for me, so I'm excited. So actually in the Boisha we are planning our, I think, 5th conference. Like we have like 1-day educational conferences in Poland, wiki conferences, but not only for Wikipedians, but also for people outside to involve them. And last year was about libraries, and this year I just got acceptance of subject from my board, so it will be about translations and about foreign languages, and also there will be a whole part of the program about Wikipedia that I have to prepare with someone. So if you have some, I was just thinking about your presentation that you will publish. So there will be, we can make some marathon or some editathon in Warsaw, in Poland, or anywhere. So maybe I will be in touch with you.
Yeah, why not? I forgot what I was to say. Yeah, it's maybe about what you, Clara, said. Maybe that's the right way just to popularize a little bit Wikipedia's translator and just to show communities it can be used in the right way and that we are not going to publish articles that are not like really, really good translated. And just to show them goodwill to use it, but in the right way, just as an idea.
We can start Wikilove's translation.
Very good. Okay. Yeah, Wiki loves translation. And
Yes, that I can hear it when there is opposition inside the community that we don't know this stupid translator tool. You have to think by yourself. This is something in this that we have to change the mind that this is not wrong to use ChatGPT to design workshop and to use translator tool to have a structure of article in Wikipedia. So I think we have to talk within our communities about this before big marathon.
Okay, we can organize a marathon under Wikilove's translation. That's it.
yeah, great. Next session starts in a few minutes and in other rooms as well. So I would like to finish this presentation or workshop with these ideas. And maybe if you are interested in like more discussing things like this, maybe we can make a list and have a some email thread or something. Yeah, so maybe if you have a piece of paper, someone, or yeah, great. Imamo. And you can write down your email and your first name, and maybe I can connect all of us and discuss. Yeah. And you only have to use translator to communicate with the other languages. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Thank you very much. It was really interactive, and I really liked all your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nebojša. Thank you a lot for sharing your experience in Wikipedia Translator.
So we have a little change in our program in this room because Ilaria unfortunately was not able to come, but we have some amazing sessions as well. So I would like to welcome Filip Maljkovic and let him lead this session and talk about Wikipedia and education user group. Thank you very much, Filip.
Thank you, Gorana. I know you weren't expecting me, but you're getting me. So if you don't want to stay, I'll understand. But yeah, as you know, some people had to cancel in the last minute, and we, in the user group and generally in the program committee, tried to find backups for situations like this. So this is one of the backups. I can use the clicker. So we wanted to do a short 10 to 15 minute session to sort of brainstorm the ideas, because we wanted to continue with our open meetings that are organized by the user group, and we wanted your help in doing so. So yeah, I'm Filip. This is my username, my affiliation for this topic. So I wanted to give a brief overview of what we've done so far in terms of these open meetings. And you can actually find the link, well, laser doesn't work on TV, but you can find the link here. It's on YouTube, EduWiki, at eduwikiug/videos. That's the list of videos that have been produced by the user group. And these streams will also be there once they're finished. So we have several, I think about 11 streams. The format of these videos, of these meetings that we've had so far, is that we always have introductions from participants. So we have about 10 to 20 participants, or maybe sometimes more, who introduce themselves, tell where they're from, which affiliate they belong to, or affiliates, what their name is, and maybe some things that they are doing in their own locale. Then we give updates from the user group board. We tell, we give information about what have been the latest developments, what were our activities, and then we have featured speakers. That's basically the main point of these meetings, to sort of feature some people who have done great work in the education environment, in Wikipedia or Wikimedia in general, but people might not have heard of their successes. So we want to highlight them and their work. So this is the timeline. Our first meeting was in June 2019. Liana, our chair currently, had talked about how to scale an education program, basically talking about Wikipedia Foundation. And Krishna from India also talked. Then we had Florencia, who's here somewhere, and Goran from Serbia, who at that time was employed with Wikimedia Deutschland, about Wikidata. Then January next year, we had Shani, you've all seen and heard of her, and Andrew Lardy from Africa, Ghana. Then Nicole and Melissa talked about their Wikimedia Foundation education team, and a Portuguese, or rather Brazilian, I'm sorry, there's a difference. A Brazilian graduate student talked about his project. Then we had March, so we had a jump to 2021. Masab, who's also here, talks about his activities in the Hashemite University, and Zico, who's also here, about Klaxicon. Then we had June 21, Maxwell from Ghana, and Rocio from Chile. Then we had October, Thomas Shafi from New Zealand, I believe, and Amanda Rust and Amy Ruskin from Northeastern and the US. March 2022, quite recently, Nabisha, you've heard him quite recently, about our program, and Anthony, who is not here but was supposed to be here. They talked about their pairing in the mentorship program that we've had previously. And we had Jacqueline, who's here, and Clara, who's also here somewhere, talk about their local activities. And November, we had a General Assembly. Some of you might remember that, and Ewan talked about Wikipedia in residence in Edinburgh. So that's it. We stopped in November because at that point we knew that we had to commit full-time to organizing this conference, which took a lot of time. And we as a user group just didn't have the capacity to devote time towards these meetings. So we decided to resume them after the conference. Since after the conference is in 3 days, we wanted to make sure that that happens. This is basically a brainstorming session where you can pitch ideas, either people or groups, affiliates, programs, whatever, and we can discuss whether, and include them and make a to-do list. The idea with these meetings is to organize them semi-regularly, so once every 2 or 3 months. As you see, there have been ups and downs, so sometimes regularly, sometimes not, depending on our availability. But I hope we can do something, if not in June or July, but then in September. We don't want to clash with Wikimania, for example, and huge events like that. But yes, I think another meeting is long overdue. And maybe the first topic will be a review of this conference. That makes sense. So without further ado, let's hear your ideas. Do you have any? Do you know of someone? Do you yourself think you should be featured? The floor is yours. Come on, Florence, I know you're thinking about something. Let's hear them. I can sit here.
Of course, my first thought, I'd love to be one of the featured speakers at some point in the future. But to talk about the Wiki Challenge in Africa. I saw that there were a couple of talks about key weeks related, but I could talk about one of the programs that is being done in an offline situation. So it's a little bit different. But sure. One of the thinking I had is, I noticed in the people you invited, it's always Wikimedian. Have you ever thought of inviting a cool person from one of the education global organization to come and talk about something? Because I don't know how you select the people you invite. Is it just because they are part of the group, you know them, and you think it would be a cool idea to invite them? Or is there a system where people can actually propose themselves? And have you been thinking beyond Wikipedia or not?
Yeah, good questions. So far, it was mostly word of mouth. We know of someone that knows someone. So we got referrals, and that's how we selected people. There was no agenda, there was no system. Basically, when we thought that someone was doing something cool that we heard of, we wanted them to be featured. So this is another opportunity to sort of broaden that horizon and include as many people as possible. And we don't have any policy, so I think non-Wikipedian but cool people that they're doing cool stuff are absolutely okay to be featured as well. So
how long are the meetings typically?
So they're about an hour and a half. That includes the introductions and the board updates, which take 15 to 20 minutes. So then we have about half an hour per person.
That would be my other questions. I noticed that there was only one feedback from the board since 2019. Is there other events where there are specific return feedback from the board, or is it the only one that was provided since 2019?
What do you mean feedback from the board?
I saw that in one of the sessions there was a
General Assembly, you mean?
The General Assembly. Is it otherwise done separately from these open meetings, or is?
Yes, previously we've done General Assemblies separately, but we decided to merge the two, and we will do so from now on. Every General Assemblies are held in October, November, every 2 years, so 2024 is the next time.
And the last question would be, if there are, in the pitch, could there be something like news? So I know there's the education newsletter, but a pitch for special conferences that occur in the education space.
Sure.
Is it something that has been? Yeah?
There's no limit, basically. What we've done so far, the featured person was the, let's say, easiest way to sort of bring a topic up, right? But it doesn't have to be that way. It can be like a 10-minute slot announcing a conference or an event or whatever. I mean, we're pretty flexible. There's no written formula. Whatever we all feel, and this is a way to sort of include the community more with the ideas and with the pitches, as you call them. So anything that works, anything that could be useful for the audience is fine by us.
I was thinking that maybe we could invite some teachers who are new to Wikipedia but have already done something. We tried it 2 months ago in Poland, that we invited school librarians who are really new. They have started this year working with us, and they really make beautiful short talks about. I was astonished. I didn't even know that this is going on at the schools. Only part of them. So it was the ideas. They look very different way on everything, and involved students like they are 12, 13 years old. So maybe as a cool persons outside, but new to our movement, maybe some short speech like 7 minutes lightning talks from few countries, or maybe regularly like once in 2 months from another country, or maybe at once from like 3 lightning talks from 3 different countries, from 3 different teachers, something like this. So also then we can invite teachers to this event online, yes? So
yeah, thank you. I mean, that's perfect. That's something that, that's something that that makes absolute sense, and it's something that we can definitely incorporate. As I said, there's no fixed format. We've just used something that worked and never challenged it, but it's definitely something that we can talk about, and this is what we're doing. So I'm also inviting everyone to write to my email. That was just the easiest at this point. If you have any more ideas, so that I can relate them back to the user group, and especially if you have concrete people in mind. So I know this person and that person, this is their email, this is their contribution, I think they would be great for this. Absolutely send them, in bunches. Don't be afraid. And I'm sure we will find ways and formats to include them. Not everyone needs to talk half an hour. As you said, it can be lightning talks, it can be short pitches, whatever people are comfortable with. Sometimes, as you see these, we have 2 minutes. If you go to the YouTube, hopefully you can see this on the stream as well. So if you go there, you can see they're mostly between an hour and an hour and a half. So hour and a half is like the top limit. We don't want to take too much time from people, but sometimes they're shorter. So, if we plan hour and a half, but we have content for 1 and 10, we can fill that out with more content. So that is to say, please give us your suggestions, and we will gladly include them. Anyone else in the remaining minute?
Okay. Maybe it's important that the students receive some kind of rewards, because after they finish school or the university, they want to continue, because when they remember that they was in the school, it's a good experience. And in Spanish, they have el bicho para continuar editando. They have the feeling, no? It's a good experience.
So you suggest students to give their experience? Great. We're running out of time, but thank you for this. And as I said, please continue writing if you think of someone, especially concrete people, that you think would be great to showcase to the world. And we'll gladly include them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. It was really a pleasure to hear from you. Now we will have also one amazing session, and we will have our Bukola James talking about educational newsletter. So, Bukola, take your place here.
I'll be making use of system. I'll be making use of the website. Hi, everyone. Hope you enjoying the session so far. So it's like the way Philip said, it's an informal session, and I had to fill up some other presenter space. So I'll be talking about the education newsletter and why you need to start submitting your stories, why we need to start hearing from you, why you need to start creating visibility for the work that you do in education. So this morning, while Shani was giving a keynote speech, she made mention of some external challenges that we face, right? And one of them was the lack of awareness, and then lack of recognition of the work that we do in education by stakeholders, people that are not within the wiki cycle. So now, one of the solutions to that is the EduWiki newsletter. So I'll try to, okay. So I want to show you what it looks like and also kind of explain some of the steps that you can go about to publish your work on the education newsletter. Okay. Okay, so for every month, we get people who carry out Wiki Edu related activity to share their stories so that the global community can also like learn from some of their can also learn from their best practices and also like adopt some of the programs that they've carried out. Like, and these are some of the stories that was published for this month. So we have Arts Plus Feminism, Filipinas, Advocacy on Women Empowerment. We also have Call for Participation. Okay. We also have Okay, so we have Call for Participation, High Education Survey, featured on the Wiki Education newsletter. We have the editathon on Serbian Wikipedia on the occasion of EduWiki Week. Now, for most people that are not familiar with the EduWiki newsletter, they might not get to know some of these interesting activities that have been happening across different countries. And you only get to see some of these activities featured on the education newsletter. So it's a kind of a periodical that we share monthly for people who work in the education, who have like carry out programs related to education to also kind of feature their stories so that we can also get to learn more about what you do and help to create more visibility and recognition for your activities. So this is one of the solutions to curb the challenge of lack of awareness, right? Because if we can feature your story, if we can feature your activity on the Wiki Education newsletter, then it makes it a lot easier for people to know that, yes, we are doing something, and also like get more understanding about how they can align their education activity with the Wikimedia programs and projects, right? So we usually have some guidelines for people who want to contribute to this newsletter. So okay, thank you. So if you would like to also like see this website, you can just go on your laptop and search for EduWiki newsletter, or you just search for Wiki Education News. So it takes you directly to this page, and then to see examples of the education newsletters, the articles that we've published for a specific month, you can just click on headlines. Like it takes you directly to the list of stories that we've published for the month. Now, if you click on this newsletter, or you click on submit your article, it takes you straight to a box where you can then like impute the name, the title of your article. So most times we always like that the title of your article reflects the activity that you've carried out. And okay, you're just trying to do a draft. So this is where you impute the title. And then if you want to start publishing your newsletter in the drafts, you can just, once you've identified the title, the next thing you want to do is you click on draft your newsletter article. So, but before then, it's always advisable that you read the instruction. Can you go back? Yeah. So we have the publication guidelines. So for most people who don't know what is being accepted, or like how do they align what they have carried out, their activities with the newsletter, it's always advisable that you read through these contents. Now, why do we write newsletter posts? If you read through, you see the education newsletter, we focus on sharing your ideas, stories, success, and challenges. It will help us learn from each other and celebrate each other's successes. So we want to also learn from you why we celebrate the successes of the projects or activities that we've carried out. So now, if you read through this content, you get more insight into how to write a good newsletter post, and how you can also like prepare in the news section. So we have so many resources here outlined to help you develop a good newsletter post that we can share. Now, and these are newsletter publication, how to publish, gather the article, copy, edit the article, put together the publication, post the newsletter, and then what we do is we'll help you distribute the newsletter. So, and we have deadlines. So for every, we make our request on the 10th of every month. So if you have plans to like share your story of attending what you have learned from this conference, then it's a good thing that you start developing a draft for what you want us to feature. Then the last date for community to submit is always 20th of every month. And then we get to publish on the, presently we publish on the 26th of every month. So like we have extended the deadline for publication from 24th, it's now 26th. So we had to extend it because we felt like people also, most people tend to submit their stories towards the tail end of the month. So we would like to also cover wide stories, like we want more stories to be featured, so we had to extend the dates. So we have the education newsletter templates, what Silas was trying to like show us before we went back on the guidelines, right? So this is what it looks like at the end of the publication. Okay, can you go back? Okay, yes. Yes, so I would like it to be practical. What are some of the stories that you have that you want to share? Can anybody just, maybe you have an idea of something you want to publish, and then even though you don't have like the draft now, we could just start with the title. Anyone? Okay.
Actually, from July, I am going to start a education program in a local school. So, as being a Wikimedia in residence, so I'm going to start that project. So, how can I do or publish this kind of article into this? Yeah.
So the first thing you want to do is get a title, and then come up with a draft for your story. So it could be that you want people to be aware of the program that you are recently starting. So you don't need to like execute the project before you submit your stories or activities to the newsletter. It could be that you want to introduce us to that program, or you want to announce an event. You can also use the newsletter to do that, right? Yeah. So, any other person with an idea?
We can use Tux's example for like showing how it will look like. So
Okay, you've gotten one, yeah.
Yeah, I've created a headline for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beginning of the education program, Wikimedia in residence experience. So you see, this is something that you can use. So you click on draft your newsletter article. So once you click, you come across this source code. Now, for most people who don't know how to work with source code, it's always scary. You feel like, no, I can't do this, and you just close the page. So, but it's very easy. What you just need to do is, I think we even made like a video to guide people on how to submit their newsletter article. But yes, let's do it practical. Now, your article title is here, right? And then there's an equal to. So it's just telling you, please provide your article title. And then the next thing you want to do is, you can see this box. Within this box is where your article title will be placed. So you replace this content here with the name of the article.
Yeah, you can replace that box, or else, you know, it's just a placeholder. Like, it's going to use the same title that you have already used for.
Yeah.
So if you do not want to use a new title, it's just gonna take the one that you used for the headlines.
Yeah. So the next thing you also want to do is to just provide your username, because we use the username to identify you when you're publishing your newsletter. So you can replace this content with your username. So you replace this content within this box. Like, you have to remove this source code and then impute your username. Can you do that? Just to make it practical. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. So we also have this part that talks about the summary of what you want to share. Because when we want to create publicity for your story on Facebook, because we have a Facebook page called Wikipedia Plus Education. You can try to to like our page right now before you leave this space. Yes, so that you can always get stories, right? So we are always keen on the summary parts, because we want to be able to understand your story within a short period of time, right? So some of the points that you need to focus on when you're trying to create your summary is that you go over some of these questions and try to provide answers to them. Now, the first part says, did you arrange a collaborative project with an educational institution? Now, that's a question, And you also like need to look for how that question would align with the activity that you want to publish. The next point is, have you involved teachers or students in this program? Now, why we are trying to identify this question is to help you build up your summary. Now, if you have worked with teachers, you'll be able to easily respond to this, right? And if you have worked with students, then the next thing you want to do is you identify your audience, like the participant that you've engaged. Now, the next point is, what learning do participants, whether students, teachers, or Wikimedians, have by participating in this program? Does it advocate for open education in your region? Now, these are the points that helps you build up your summary. And we have some newsletter already, so I would show you a practical of what it looks like, the summary part. Now, yeah.
I'll just add something. Like, always look into the instructions that has been provided in the template. So if you see that here the instruction is mentioned that write your summary inside the translation tag. So one thing that the newsletter team always advocates about is that you can submit newsletter in any language you want. It doesn't need to be English, because we're also providing, like, that's why we're using the translate tag. So that if someone provides a newsletter in a different language, someone else can also come there and contribute and, you know, translate it to from a non-English language to an English language as well. So always read the instructions that are provided. So we are trying to be helpful in that way. And these are just the guiding questions, like before I was mentioning. These guiding questions are helping you to, like, you know, thinking out loud, like, what exactly do I want to write about my program, about the activity I'm doing. Is Editathlon the same as like an education program? So trying to, like, imagine in a deeper way.
Yeah. Okay, so once you've been able to identify the summary, then just like what Silas said, you don't really need to publish in English, because like we have the translation tags that helps us help other people who are not from your language community to understand in their own language. Then we have this part that talks about media. Now, you know, when you add visuals to a document or to any story, it builds interest of people. It captivates them. They want to see more. They want to read more. So for some people, they might not even read the contents of the newsletter. But once they see a picture, then they automatically have like an understanding of what the story is saying, right? So it's always encouraged that you add a picture to your newsletter. And then we also have the caption. Now, they said write your caption inside the translate tag. Now, this caption is for the media file that you're adding, right? The caption helps us better understand, because we also have people who have like, is it visual impaired now or something? So if you use the caption, we can also like use alternate text to help them, even if they can't see the picture, they can like have like this, is it text to speech or, yeah, that helps them to understand that, yeah, there's a picture here that explains this, right? So we also encourage you to like use hashtags or help us connect with you by including your social media handles. So because when we share your story on our Facebook page, we also like to like tag you so that you know that, yes, we've mentioned your story, and then it helps you also drive traffic to your social media handle. So, and then we have the space that talks about the description, the full description of your newsletter. So remember, we have the summary, and then we have the description section where you have to provide more details about your newsletter. And then I think that's all about it, yeah.
So I just realized that we have some problem with the template. I realized that the guiding questions which are supposed to be under description is under summary.
Oh.
So the summary is just about, you know,
So the summary is just about like providing a brief summary of like what exactly happened in this program or in this newsletter. What exactly are you trying to mention in this newsletter? And the guiding questions that we have provided will actually help you to write the description of the newsletter. So we'll make that change. I am noticing it after like a long time because the newsletter team has been doing such wonderful work that I'm not like spending that much of time into the newsletter. So it's a good way to like see that. So I'll make changes to it. But Bukola, once we have 5 minutes, can we also show the newsletter in the what's that visual editor format as well? Visual editor. So this is the source editor. We can just.
Yeah. Okay, so before I start explaining these parts, I also showed you some of the newsletters that we are about to feature on our Facebook page. So, it usually looks like this, but it's blank because you don't have a story. So can you just go back? Oops, the language. Okay, so for every month in education, we have volumes. We have so many issues already because like the newsletter has been in existence before now, but yeah, we are trying to create more awareness about it. So currently we are on volume 12. You said?
The volume 12 means it has been for the last 12 years.
Okay, yes, it has been on for the last 12 years. Then we are currently on issue 4, and then this is for the month of April. Now, if you click on this, I don't think this has an image. Okay. Okay. Okay, fine. So this is introducing Wikipedia to Kusal language teacher. Did I get that? So if you look closely, you can see that the summary is very short. It's not so detailed. Then the summary here says, teachers of the Kusal language from 3 districts were introduced to Wikipedia and its sisters project. This was part of a series of work organized by Kusal Education Oversight Committee for teachers in its pilot school. Okay, so this is what a summary looks like. Now, I don't need to read the entire newsletter before having like an idea of what it says, right? So this is what we would like you to also like adopt if you want to like create a summary. So, this is the newsletter in the translated version. What language? In Korean, yeah. So this is what it looks like. And the whole essence of this session is to encourage you to feature your stories on the education newsletter. We currently have, I don't have the statistics, but I would say for a fact that our Facebook page is the most active, aside Wikipedia Weekly, yeah. For those people here. So it's one of the most active Facebook page. And yeah, I have 2 minutes, I know. And we have also like helped people connect, get more friends, get more followers on their various Facebook page, especially for user groups and individuals that are carrying out various activities and programs. So that is all about the newsletter, and I'll be sharing the link to this page on the Telegram group, and I'll also like share our Facebook page for you to follow us and also read from other people's stories while you also try to build up your own stories for us to feature. Thank you.
Sorry, I will just add my last statement. Yeah, not last statement. I'm not. This is not my last statement. Yeah, sorry. So you can also subscribe this newsletter to your talk page. So it's not just about Facebook. So if you're not on Facebook, where can I find it? You can subscribe it to your talk page. So you have to click on subscribe, and we have like list of subscribers. Some folks have all like subscribed it to their community village pumps as well. So you can have it in your, like you just have to add your name. It has like the instruction. You can also add your email address. We are not sending a newsletter over email address anymore, so I'll remove that. But you can add to your talk page. So that's my last questions. So earlier it used to be sent as like a similar digest. So the digest that you are seeing on the page, you would get a similar digest on your email, like when you subscribe to the education newsletter. But it's also about like handling the data. So we do not want to like use that by a third-party agency because we are using like Mailchimp or some other. So we stopped doing that. But you can also get the education newsletter if you have subscribed to the education mailing list. So every month when the newsletter gets published, one of the member from the newsletter team, I think it's Anthony, who sends the newsletter to the education mailing list. I can show you the link of the education mailing list. I'll put this link on the Telegram, like how to subscribe to the mailing list as well. Yeah.
Questions? Practicals? Okay.
I can say that this is also very useful for your boards and teams, because when they are asking, and what exactly do you do in your educational team? I can just link newsletter, entries to the newsletter, and also like final year report, annual reports. When they ask me, what did you do on September 22 or something, it's very, very useful. Also, I have some issues, but I can assure that the team is very friendly, and when I broke something, they like, no worries, we will fix this. So.
Clara is one of the most active contributor to the education. We should have like a round of applause. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good way to also like highlight your work, highlight your volunteers, the teachers, like who collaborate with you in supporting the programs, the students. So it's a good platform for them to like see that their work being highlighted in a global newsletter, because this is not a regional newsletter. This is like a global newsletter which goes to like, if you look at the subscription, I think it goes to somewhere around like 273 members have subscribed to this one. And I think we get somewhere around like 500, 600 page views every month. Something maybe different from the individual articles, but this page at least gets like 600, 700 page views a month. Yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our last block of the sessions for today. Now we have Mohammed and he will tell us how we can use actually PetScan tools and how they can help us in our everyday work and activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much and hi everyone. So I'm going to present about PetScan tool and I'm going to explain to you how can we use this tool in order to identify Wikipedia articles that needs translation or expansion or maybe having some problems in their templates. So the goals of this workshop is first I'm going to give you a brief introduction about the PetScan tool. Then I'm going to talk a bit about the importance of this tool, especially for those who are organizing workshops and education program editions. And finally, which is the most important goal, I'm going to explore with you practical applications of how to use this tool in various contexts. So the PetScan tool is developed and hosted by the Wikimedia Foundation. We all know this. It's a powerful tool that's designed for querying articles data. By using this tool, we are like accessing the database of all articles in Wikipedia. And it has a user-friendly interface, as we will see in a minute. And we can do advanced searches in it and identify articles that satisfy various qualities. So in the context of education program, I'm gonna say something important, which is our goal. Our main goal in arranging all these conferences, doing all these workshops, and creating all these educational materials is to create an encyclopedia and promote free knowledge. And we must always remember that we are volunteers, and to keep the volunteers like engaged and motivated with us, we have to address their interests. And by using PetScan tool, we can use this. So for example, this tool can help us to extract a list of articles that require translation under any category. So for example, if Akbar Ali is interested in sports, I can extract him a list of articles under the category of sport that need translation. This is important because he's interested in sport and this will keep him motivated. Also, I can extract a list of articles that need expansion. Also, I can extract a list of articles that have some problems in their templates and they need maintenance. And for sure, I can use it for sorting for pre-made articles, but I might not have time to do this, but I will try. And I will give you some advanced things like how to sort articles according to their views numbers. So, I'm going to start with the practical applications. Please prepare your laptops. So, I'm going to give you an example of how to extract a list of articles under specific categories. I'm going to give you an example of how to extract a list of articles that needs translation. I'm going to give you an example about how to extract a list of articles that have the minimum words or like their sizes are so low and they need to be expanded. After that, I'm gonna extract a list of articles that have some problems in their templates, they need maintenance, and using page-file, as we can see, this is something advanced of it. I'm gonna sort these articles according to their views numbers. I'm gonna use the mass views tool. Finally, this is extra and this is advanced. I'm going to give you the link. We will create a spreadsheet of the articles using Wikidata Query Service for various languages. Okay, I think this is, yeah, it's working. Yeah, I think I can stand like this, no problem. So first, let's get into the PetScan tool. We can Google it, PetScan WMF Labs. PetScan WMF Labs, Wikimedia Foundation Labs. And this is the link to the PetScan tool. As you can see, it has a beautiful user-friendly interface that can be understood by anyone. So I'm gonna ask one of you, what are your interests? So for example, What are your interests? Please stand up and tell us your name and tell us about your interests. Yeah, I'm talking with you. yeah, the hijabi girl.
Me? Oh my God. Hello everyone, my name is Dian. I'm from Wikimedia Indonesia, so my interest language is ID or Indonesian. What?
What are your preferred categories?
Women.
Women.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, women. Indonesian women. Indonesian.
Yeah, maybe
women?
more specific Indonesian women.
Yeah, okay. Indonesian women category wiki. I hope I'm. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. Yani Google helped me so much. So as you can see, this is the category of Indonesian women in Wikipedia. Okay. Okay. So what is the abbreviation for Indonesian Wikipedia? Like for example, English Wikipedia is EN. Indonesian Wikipedia is
id.wikipedia.org. ID, right.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to extract a list of articles that needs to be translated from English to Indonesian under this category, okay? Okay, so first you need to write the name of the name of the category as it's written in Wikipedia. And you have to consider the capital letters and the small letters. So this is the name of the category. As you can see, I'm gonna copy that. Oh my God, which one? Oh, this is copy. And then you can paste it here under the categories, as you can see. Is that clear? Okay, you just paste that here. Okay, so which language are you? I'm searching for the articles that under this category in the English Wikipedia, EN, okay, EN. So now I'm going to go to Wikidata, as you can see, Wikidata. And here has none of these site links. So I want to tell this tool that I want the articles that do not have like a version in the EduWiki, okay? Is that clear? Okay. So then I will get back to categories and then I will press do it. Are you ready? Yeah.
Sorry, but did you put in the...
Yeah, and has none of these site links. You can put the abbreviation of your language. Like if your language is Indonesian, like this girl, like this lady, sorry. It's Indonesian language, so I put EduWiki. But for Colombian language, what's the abbreviation? What's the abbreviation for Colombian language? Spanish language? ES? Yes, you can write ESWiki. ESWiki. In the Arabic Wikipedia, we write ARWiki. So what I told the tool to do.
How are we supposed to remember that we need to put wiki and not ID?
No, you need to put the abbreviation of your language plus wiki.
Stands for Indonesia.
I know that, but here is not ID, it's EduWiki.
Yes, you have to put the name of your language, the abbreviation of your language plus the word wiki.
In the Wikidata...
yes, in the Wikidata section.
Just in the Wikidata one?
Yes.
Okay.
Has none of these site links. Yeah. So I will get back to categories and then I will press do it. As you can see, we have two articles under... Oh my God. We have two articles under this category in the English Wikipedia that are not in the Indonesian Wikipedia. So they need to be translated from English to Indonesian. Is that clear? Yeah, as you can see here, you can see the size of the articles. You can see the size of the articles. And in the output here, as you can see in the output, you can sort the output by size, like descending, so that you can have the articles that have the most or the maximum number of words at the beginning. And they will be sorted by size. Okay. And you can sort them by title, you can sort them by, you have so many options. You can check them. I don't know the majority of them, by the way. Anyway. I would like to ask you before I proceed to the next example, is it clear to you how I extracted a list of articles that need to be translated? Yeah. Okay. So you can see here the depth, which is 0. What does that mean? This means that I want the articles, let me get back to the category. I want the articles that are in this category only. But But if I made it 1, this means that I am telling the tool to get into the categories that are in this main category and search for articles that need to be translated. For example, as you can see here, this is a category. This is a category here. So if I pressed here, this is a category under the main category Indonesian women. Do you understand? Yeah. Is that clear? Okay, so I'm telling the tool it's okay if you check the other categories that are in this category. Tamam? Now, if I made it 2, tamam, yeah, it's Turkish. It's Turkish and Arabic. Yeah. If I made it 2, then I'm telling the tool to check the categories that are under this category that is in the main category. Subcategories, subcategories, subcategories. Yes, I'm increasing the subcategories. I'm increasing the subcategories. So if I press do it right now, you will see that the number of articles will be increased. Yeah, as you can see, we have 133 articles, and they are sorted by size, as you can see, by their size in bytes. Now, how to copy all of this? You can simply copy it like this and go to any spreadsheet like this and then just modify. I don't want all of this. I don't know. This is delete. This is delete. And this is delete. So articles need to be translated under that category. And then you can give this list, this spreadsheet to your audience who are having this category as their preferred categories. Okay, so I'm gonna move to the next example, which is explaining how to extract articles under any category that needs to be expanded. So I need another volunteer from, Mr. Zafir. You are from Turkish Wikipedia. So Turkish Wikipedia is TR-Wiki, yeah?
Yes, TR.
Yeah, great. So I'm gonna open BitScan again. So, Mr. Zafar, please tell us what is your preferred category? I think it's football.
Yeah, why not? For example, Scottish football player is not exist in Turkish Wikipedia.
That's amazing. Okay, mashallah. Scottish player footballers. Category Wiki. Yes, as you can see, this is the category in the English Wikipedia, Scottish footballers, okay? Actually, this example is for expansion, not for translation, but I'm gonna do it for translation again for you. So you can just copy this article, copy this category, sorry, and paste it here. And it's important to consider the capital letters. For example, if you wrote it like this, it's wrong. If you change the F from small letter to capital letter, it's wrong. This will be wrong. Yani the tool will not find anything for you. So it's important to be written as it's written here. Tamam? Okay. So English Wikipedia, I want here. What should I write? You tell me. I'm looking for articles in Turkish Wikipedia. So what should I write here? TR-Wiki. Yes, that's excellent. And I'm gonna sort the output by size.
Can you zoom in the page a little bit? Too small, so that people can see.
Yeah. So do you want any articles in the subcategories of Scottish footballers, or you just want the articles that are in the main category? Okay. So I'm gonna press do it, and here I think there's too much. And here they are, 7, 7, 4, 2. They are sorted by size. So you can just copy them and paste them in the spreadsheet and give them to anyone who's interested in enhancing, promoting, improving these articles. Good? Guzel? Yeah. Tamam. I'm going to remove TR-Wiki here, and I'm going to explain to you how to search for articles that need to be expanded. So, Mr. Zafar, can you please give me another category that is like Turkish category? Yani I wanted something in your country. You want to?
Okay, Turkish physician, for example.
Okay. Turkish. I don't know. Since
Did you mean it will be?
yeah. Thanks for Google for helping me. Okay, so Turkish. Doctors, I can. Okay, I copied. Okay, now this is something important. I need to check the name of this category in Turkish Wikipedia, since I'm looking for articles in the Turkish Wikipedia right now, not in the English Wikipedia. So by clicking languages here, where is Turkish? Hi, this is Turkce. Okay, so I'm gonna copy the name of the category in the Turkish language, okay, not in the English language, because I'm searching for articles in the Turkish Wikipedia. So I'm gonna paste it here. Turk, can you please pronounce it? Hekimler, yeah. And here, what should I write? TR, amazing. So I'm looking for articles that are in the TR Wikipedia under this category. Now, I'm gonna explain one more thing. So, as you can see here, there is an intersection and there is a union. So if you put more than one category, you can choose intersection, yani I want the articles that are under these two categories together. But if you click union, that means that I want the articles that are in here and in here. For example, if you are searching for Turkish like singers and Turkish doctors, you can write their categories here, Turkish hekimler and Turkish yeah, what you said, yeah? And then you can press union. But if you want the person to be a doctor and a singer at the meantime, then you must click intersection. Is that clear? Great, amazing. So okay, so in this tab it's finished. Now I'm gonna go to page properties. And here you can define the size of the page that you are addressing. So you want to expand the pages. And you are searching for pages that have low number of bytes.
5,000 bytes.
5,000 bytes, amazing. So I want all the articles that are under this category in the Turkish Wikipedia that their size must be smaller or equal 5,000. Then I'm gonna do it. So we have 124 articles that needs to be improved under this category in the Turkish Wikipedia. As you can see, you can look at their sizes here. 4872, 4732, yeah. This is it. This is their sizes. Yeah, it's just page properties, and here smaller or equal 5,000. Clear? Thank you. Okay, would you like us to take another example in this, or it's we can proceed to the next one? Yes, yes, because I'm not looking for articles that need to be translated. So I didn't put anything here. Yeah, it's empty. I just manipulated the properties in page properties here. Okay, let's get back to here. And, okay. Sadly, there is no Arabic in here. Can you please tell me some of the maintenance templates in English Wikipedia? Like template, wiki style, wiki. Yes, that's amazing. But the problem is there is no English here, so I'm suffering in writing. Template, missed, references, wiki. Yes, citation not found. I think this is it. I think this is it. Or citation needed, for example. Yes, we can, or incomplete short citation. Let's use the three of this. Okay. I'm gonna use English language. Is that okay? But if you are looking for other, I'm gonna explain it after I finish the example. So. I'm going back to English Wikipedia, and I'm going to ask one of you to tell me his or her preferences. Okay, anyone? Your preferences, your categories?
For example, in Catalan Wikipedia, there is a category with women.
Yeah.
For example, it's impossible to find women scientists because it's only scientists.
Yeah.
And what do you need to do in this case if we don't have a category for the women only? Do you understand me?
Yeah, and I understand you. Yeah, in this case, you need to translate articles.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not important.
Saying that there are women in this case. You list all the scientists in the first query, and in the Wikidata part, you indicate that you want somebody who is also tagged as a woman. That's how
in Wikidata there is.
Because we don't have time, I'm sorry, because we don't have time, I'm going to give this example. So I'm going to look for articles that need some maintenance. So I choose the category Serbian writers in the English Wikipedia, and I just want the main category, or I can get into one of the subcategories, as you can see here. So I can get, I'm going to remove the 5,000 here. I can get into the templates and links tab, as you can see, templates and links tab, and here you can define the templates that are in the articles. For example, I want the articles that have the template, for example, incomplete short citation, okay? Or I want the articles that have the template citation needed. So you can type them here, has any of these templates. Our templates are citation needed and incomplete short citation. So, is everything okay so far? Yeah, okay. So I'm searching in the English Wikipedia for Serbian writers. It's no problem for me if I get into one of the subcategories. Okay. And in the templates and links here, I want the articles that has one of these templates. So I'm gonna do it. I think if it took too much time like this, that means that there are so many output. Yeah. Yeah, I think we should send this as a message to the Serbian Wikimedia user group.
Chosen only the first one, citation.
Yeah, 67. Okay. As you can see, I'm gonna, for example, I'm gonna get into one of these articles. I get into this one. As you can see, it has this tool. And as you can see here, we have page views. No, it's not page views, sorry. It's top views, I think. Not top views too. Okay, it's like this. It's massive views analysis. You can just get into and define, I want for this year, okay? I want the top visited article for this year from this category of articles. So first, I'm gonna, in output, I'm gonna choose page by. It's important to follow this step. In output, I'm gonna choose page by, and then I'm gonna do it. So the output will be like this, and you will have your page by here. So you can copy this number, and you can choose it from here, page by, as you can see in the mass analysis of use tool, and paste the number here. I want to sort these articles according to their views number in this dates. Okay, I'm gonna do submit right now. So it's analyzing, processing, and as you can see, this is the most visited one with about 253 visits or views per day. And then you can give this article to one of your participants and tell him you are making a large impact by contributing to this article, because it's visited by 253 days views per day. It's important to address our audience preferences. It's important to show them. It's so important to show them these numbers so that they can feel that they are making an impact. Okay, one last thing. Okay, one last thing. In this tool, the amazing thing is that you can add Wikidata items. As you can see, I can add items here. So if you are looking to create a spreadsheet that is like consisted of 3 columns, and in each column you are going to put the name of articles in different languages. So I'm gonna extract the articles and their Wikidata items. I'm gonna do it. It's 1 minute. last minute.
Take your time.
Thank you. Come on. Can you please raise your phone a bit? Yeah, it's great. As you can see, the Wikidata item has been added or has been added. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go to the dashboard. I'm going to add a new dashboard. I'm going to delete all of this. I'm deleting all of this. So what I want to do is to concatenate. Oh my God, where is the equal sign here? Concat, WD. Oh my God. Okay, WD. And here, this. And where's the apostrophe? Oh my God. And this. I want the apostrophe.
I changed to the English. It was.
It's not. I need just the apostrophe, or the column, or anything.
That one or.
Okay. Oh my God, this.
Wait, maybe we can try it.
Okay, I'm going to write oh my God, this and fasla or apostrophe.
No, it's not. Wait. Like this?
Yeah. No, it's not
It's
this.
double. Oh, wait.
I want like this.
This?
No. Oh my God. Comma. It's not correct. Okay, I'm going to do this as a last example. Q298063. So, and generally, I was going to do this for all these items, but because I couldn't find the comma, I'm gonna do it for this item only. So you can copy this item, as you can see, but by adding WD first. So I was going to concatenate the text. So WD 29Q298063. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna put it here, and then press this play button. And as you can see, I extracted the article in English Wikipedia, French Wikipedia, and Arabic Wikipedia with their links, because I want it in Arabic, but I want it English, Arabic, French. But if you want it, for example, in Indonesian, you can just remove the FR here and press ID and click ID. As you can see, this is a list of the articles. It should be a list of articles, not just one article. And where is it? Yeah. And this is a list of articles. You have columns for different languages. You can copy it to the spreadsheet, and you will have everything well done. I'm sorry for the internet problems, and for sure you can connect with me anytime if you need anything about this tool. Thank you so much, and here's my connection.
We are sorry for the internet problems, but we will try to connect it now to the cable, so we will see if it works. Anyhow, I think this was very useful presentations, and thank you very much, Mohammed, and I'm very grateful we have it on like a YouTube streaming link, so we have tutorial to look at. But now we have one more amazing presentation for today, and it was supposed to be like a pair of presenters, but unfortunately Ruby was not able to come. But we have Florence and her.
There's no public overhead, it's about offline. So
yes. So we are moving from online to offline, and Florence will tell us more on how to give opportunities to those unrepresented communities who may have troubles with connecting online. So we are all looking forward to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I will need to click on some links from time to time, but I'm going to do the best of it. Okay, so topic, offline. So I'd like all of you to please tell me more specifically what you would be interested in interesting in the topic before I explain the topic, because I'm thinking some just showed up because you came to listen to Mohammed, right? Yes. And maybe you stayed, and thank you. Or maybe you came with a very super specific question of something you would like to know more. So please, very quickly, Mohammed. Yeah, okay, you give your first name because it's an opportunity, and at the same time, if you have something specific you want to hear about, what is it?
I'm actually interested in these offline tools because there are so many internet problems, so we are working offline right now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I said I'm so interested in these offline tools because if we are experiencing internet problems like we did, things will be much easier. Yani. We will not have any problems. So, yeah, I think that will be so beneficial to us.
My Akbar Ali. Okay, my question is actually, or my expectation is, there are a lot of people in India that don't have devices. So how can they participate offline? Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Maybe you have a question.
Okay, so yeah, Diane. Hi, Florence. So this is about what I expect from this session, right? I want to learn more about Kiwix.
Actually, for me, sometimes I haven't the internet, and then I'm downloading to something, I'm reading, and then I'm solving something wrong, and then I have to check and the change of when we are going to the online. I have to, for example, stick to there is something wrong, and after that, when we online, we can change this. Zafer from Turkey.
Yes. What about you? I pass you.
Okay, sometimes we went to Tanzania. We know that it's very expensive to connect to internet, and I want to know what happened with this trick. Do you have?
Yes. Do you want to say something? Nope. What about you? Anything specific?
My name is Erin. As my colleague.
For me, I think that my name is Musab. First, I'm from Jordan. I get to know about this. I don't want to do much specific, but I work with internet in a box for a medical content. Yes, as a QX ambassador. The thing is that I feel like when you're in an area, for example, classroom, there's a huge number of students, like 45, for example, in some areas in my country. Internet will be like in heavy load. If there is the educational content on one place that everyone can reach it, that's very good thing. And also, if you can edit offline, because like electricity problems, not always about the internet. Sometimes you lose the electricity, you have like, some problem. So it like goes to the offline, and then when it's connected, it will reflect the changes. This is a very good thing about the offline tools. Yeah.
Dudi, Malaysia User Group. Yeah, so I was thinking of how to continue editing Wikipedia with or without internet. Of course, without internet, we edit, we save it first in a temporary cloud, or local storage, and then once the internet is back, it will synchronize back to the internet on what is the latest updated, or it will inform us what are the changes. So are you okay with these changes, or ask for our approval for these changes? Then only we continue back again.
Okay, that's a need that we can identify, and no, and maybe nope either. Okay, so I'd like a volunteer to just, it's to tell me how do you define offline? I need a volunteer to just speak up so that it's clear for everyone what we mean by offline.
Yeah, offline means that we don't use any internet or any form of connection. Yani, we just have your laptop or your device and you're not connected to anything. Offline.
Okay. So I'd like to give a, well, first maybe if I can succeed to do that, I would like to show you just a little intro about, I'm not sure I'm going to succeed with the videos. Yeah? Okay. And again. Yeah, but it's subtitled. That's better than nothing. Yeah, but I can't remember where. Any chance that we have a sound or not at all? I don't think so. So maybe it will not be very helpful. Yeah, okay. I'm going to stop here because it's complicated without the sound at all. But let me explain to you very briefly what this movie was about. This is a movie that was shot in 2011 by somebody called Victor Grigas. And at that time, he heard about a school in South Africa, in Cape Town. And why do I mention it? It's because I am actually today with two hats. So one hat is that I actually co-founded an association in Wiki in Africa, which is located in Cape Town. So I know these kids. And when amongst the work we did in education was actually working with those kids. And they have actually access through their cell phones. So they have devices to do that. But their main problem is the cost of data. And that was their request at that time. It was when the Wikimedia Foundation tried to set up this partnership called Wikipedia Zero. So I don't know to which point, yes, you were part of it? He's the guy, so he's the guy who joined Wikipedia thanks to Wikipedia Zero, or through Wikipedia Zero. So the very general idea was that the customers, the client of a phone company who had already an account could actually access Wikipedia without it being incurred on their data cost. But one of the problems of this program is that you had to be a customer of the company before having that. So that meant that those who were not customers couldn't have that. And unfortunately, some companies also didn't really push and advertise the fact that they would have that. But that was the first time we really talked about this. And that's why Grigas went there, because the company offering Wikipedia Zero did not operate in South Africa. So these kids heard about the program in other places, and they made an official request, a letter. And this is where the movie was shot. After this, what I'd like to summarize what we mean Wikipedia definition. I thought it important because the first time I started talking about Wiki offline 2 years ago, everyone was thinking COVID. So they were thinking online is when I'm actually online, offline is more or less face-to-face meeting. So this is not it. That's when the technology is missing. And when we talk about technology, it's not only a question of internet. Let me give you a few examples. Number one, some countries actually do have internet, but they are regularly missing electricity. So maybe you didn't hear about that, but actually Cape Town, which is a big city, is actually currently missing electricity about 12 hours per day. 12 hours per day, because the companies and the government apparently were not, well, sufficiently planning so that people would have electricity. So they have load shedding all the time, which is planned and sometimes unplanned. So even though the people there are pretty much like you are, they find themselves half of the time during the day work without internet because they have no electricity. Another reason why people might be missing that is the lack of devices, either cell phones or laptop, right? But there's also the question of data. Some people actually do have devices, they do have access to internet, but it costs too much. And I have a few figures to share with you because I think it's interesting. So this is the population coverage. These figures are either from 2019 or 2020. And this is the coverage by type of mobile network. At the top is 4G, the big bar in dark blue, and the 3G is in light blue. And if you compare it to Africa, you see already 4G is only 44%. So there's sometimes, and I could talk about Asia, some Asian countries are also having some issues. So there's first the internet access, but there's also the difference between rural and urban areas. So typically, if you look at the word, rural is connected by 70%, urban, rural 37%. It's a big difference. And I have this slide that I collected about affordability of ICT rates. So if you look at the world, on average, the cost of your mobile data is about 4.3% of your income. In Europe, we are super, super blessed. Look, this is the average word. Our cost on average is only 0.8% of our income. That's peanuts. We can't afford paying that. If you compare in Africa, the amount compared to the average income of a person is absolutely crazy. So people who are working more or less in our sector are fine, but most people actually cannot access, not because they like device, not because they like internet or electricity, but because they cannot not afford it. Right? Do you have a comment about this? Some memories of what you have been doing in the past? Yes.
For example, when I joined like Wikipedia, I didn't know about I didn't know about Wikipedia Zero. I had a daily, a monthly like quota of 500 bytes, just half a giga, and it usually like goes away in like 10 days. If you go open YouTube or something, or even update your mobile apps. So after that, I like suddenly found that when I open Wikipedia during my medical study, I can access. And then I like Wikipedia was the first and always site that I served. Then I joined in 2013, and the good about this story is now it's 10 years. I'm in 10 years in Wikipedia. I have 180,000 contributions. I'm ranked 5th at my local wiki, Arabic Wikipedia, and also the highest Jordanian in terms of number of contributions. So the thing is, it says that Arab states needs like 4.1% of their income to get high quality internet. That's what we face. Like, for example, if like as a married guy, when I pay for myself and my wife, for example, this will be doubled. So this is what's about internet. And also, there is something to address that telecom like companies, they lower the quality of the 3G to push you to have a 4G, which is more expensive. This is another thing to mention. Thank you.
That's a good one as well to mention. I agree. Yeah. So yeah, and we are not even talking of 5G here, right? So yeah, one of the good things as well is that actually Wikipedia is not very heavy in terms of data, and we should keep it this way, by the way. Anyway, I would like to suggest a little bit of thinking and production from you guys. When I've been thinking about offline, I generally consider that there are 4 elements, 4 directions of thoughts. The first one is the tech. What can we do from a tech perspective to improve the situation? We cannot solve entirely by ourselves this situation of data, of access or devices, but what can be done there? Second, the people involved who can help within us or within other organizations, such as in the past, the organization working in the Indus Tech company to give access. But also think about the content. This is a topic which is very dear to my heart, because when we want to actually address the fact that some people might not easily access some of our content, to to pick up an example, Wikipedia, if you provide it as text, is very light in terms of data. If you provide it with high quality images, then it's a different story. So that's something to consider, but also to give an example on something I've been working on and I invite you to look at, for example, which is there. When I wanted to create some content for kids in Africa to understand better copyright, I looked at what was available online and I found lots of videos produced by French people, French from France, and from Canadian French people. So it was referring all the time to French and Canadian people and French and Canadian laws. And it was also referring all the time to Instagram and YouTube and whatever. Bring that to a village in the middle of nowhere. The kids will just look at that and think, so what is in there for me? So there's the question of content. And the fourth one, there's what about the initiative that currently exists that can actually help? So I invite you to take a couple of minutes before I give you the floor. Just think a couple of minutes. What can you, by yourself, with your knowledge, what can you put in the tech, in the people, in the content and the initiative? I stay silent for 1 minute so that you think. Proposition, guys. What can we list in the tech part? We already mentioned Wikipedia Zero, which is a sort of a tech solution. You already mentioned WikiWix. You mentioned KiWix as well. You mentioned the Internet in the box. Internet in the box. What else is there? Ideas. Anyone has another idea for the tech box? Only KiWix? Hmm? Hmm? So what is in the content box?
There's offline applications. Like, for example, we created offline version. We created offline application for medical articles on Wikipedia. We do it. I'm part of board member of Wikimedia Medicine. We did that in collaboration with Dr. James Hillman, if you know him. This is just you download it for one time, and then you can serve medical content in different languages. There's Arabic version, there's English version. The just thing I want to add to the content, not as before this question, there is some topics that are censored, or like, for example, there's some Wikipedia has been banned in some governments. If we have offline version of this, whether KiWix, whether Internet on a Box, whatever, we can like bridge the censorship or the banning of the wiki.
It's actually a very good point, because I forgot to mention it. There are two main other reasons why people might not have access. It's absolutely not tech, it's not data, it's not cost. It's one, censorship. One, censorship, and the second is typically people who are partly ripped of their freedom, such as prisoners. Prisoners don't have internet access most of the time. Yes?
I was thinking about the content might be any database which is offline. Yeah.
Dictionaries.
Yes.
Dictionaries, some of them, some of the dictionaries, yeah. And what about the initiative? Which one do you know? But KiWix, yeah, I put it in the tech part. No, but initiative in education. Initiative in education.
So there is the OLPC initiative. OLPC, one laptop per child. Yeah, but I think its outcomes were not. Yes, they gave laptops to some childs, and these laptops have KiWix inside, so that they can smurf the encyclopedia without internet. But I think its outcomes weren't that good. I mean, I read a war research about it, and the outcomes weren't that positive. So, they didn't recommend do it again.
Yeah, that was another comment. Okay. So one laptop per child.
I think if I can recall in the early 2000s, before Wikipedia became popular, before Wikipedia, we used to have Microsoft Encarta, and that is completely offline. We just bought the DVD and then download it, and it's not that big actually, 2-3 gigabyte, less than 10 gigabyte, and then basically we can search 90% of the world knowledge already. But because of Wikipedia, then Microsoft Encarta slightly dying out. So at least in some portion of Wikipedia, they should have some kind of like the most, let's say like the most important information in which it has to be documented offline, as if like Microsoft and Encarta, sort of like that kind of like approach.
Yeah, there was. So I'm giving you some visual, and I don't know exactly how much time I have left. Can you tell me? Are we still? You don't know because you were not listening. Okay, so let me give you some, sorry, it's here. Some examples. So you're already in the tech, we mentioned, so as a reminder, there was the one laptop per child initiative with laptop being distributed to kids. There's the Kiwix, I will talk about it more. There's the Wikifundi, which I wanted to mention, and I have some documents here, and I can show you how it works very briefly afterwards. But there are not way more than that. And in particular, one of the things, so the difference between the two Kiwix is creating an archive of things and providing it for offline use. But it's only about reading. Wikifundi is essentially a system for people to write offline, and then it can be published online. So one is about reading, the other one is about editing. The difference is that we don't have a system, and it's on purpose right now, that allows to edit offline and synchronize magically online. We wish. We had a dream at some point. We wanted to do it from, from the satellite, over there. I wanted to do it from, far away in Uganda, and some other people wanted to do it from space. But synchronization, if the article was already edited, in the between by other people, it could create lots of social problem. And it also needed servers to actually do the in-between, between the moment that you did the edit and save it locally, before it was uploaded online. So there were lots of discussion around this topic when we were Wikimania in Canada. So that was already 5 years ago, I think. And then nobody is talking about it anymore. So I'm sorry about that. But maybe there might be other initiatives around. So if you hear about them, just mention it. I will come back to the Wikimed afterwards. So about the people, I mentioned the offline, so that's the Wikimedian of the offline wikis user group. The name is complicated. So I mention it because there is a user group of people interested on the matter. If you're interested, that's an affiliate. You can check it on Meta and join it. But it's still a very small group, and not so many people on it really being involved in activities, but still mentioning it for exchanges. Content, we actually have quite a lot of things, thanks to Kiwix, but not only. So we mentioned earlier on some dictionary and others. There's the Khan Academy, lots of stuff. The Gutenberg Encyclopedia, all the content that has been developed through the Wikimed project, so medical content. Wikidia, which was mentioned earlier this afternoon, which is an encyclopedia dedicated to kids on the same principle than Wikipedia, is also available online. There's Colibri. I don't know if anyone's know Colibri. Okay, that's more. And there's the Kiwix library, which contains something like 7,000 resources now. So that doesn't mean it's lacking resources, but we have lots of stuff in that area. And the last one for the initiative, there's actually several initiatives that are ongoing, and today I'm representing one, and Ruby, who was supposed to be a speaker, was representing the second one. So I can only mention the two. Kiwix for School is a program that is relying on Kiwix, operating in countries such as Ghana. They are ambassadors of the Kiwix system. They go to school, they try to install Kiwix on servers that operate in schools, and they have some training session and edit contributing activities. I run the Wiki Challenge École d'Afrique. That's a program I've been running for 6 years now in 10 countries in French-speaking Africa. And I do it thanks to the participation of to la Fondation Orange Foundation, who is actually providing servers and tablets to kids in a program of schools. So they provide the tech, they provide the local facilitators, and for me, I organize a training system and contribution on Wikidia, on the small encyclopedia, because these kids are between 9 to 12. As far as I know, those are the main current existing initiative in the ecosystem. So Kiwix Ambassadors and Ruby's program and my program in French. I don't know if there are others than that. If you know some more, do you feel that, are you thinking of other things that we could add there? No? I don't think there's something more. It seems that we're not very numerous.
They are all under the same concept of keywords.
Yeah.
Even if I thought of new initiatives or things or new tech solutions, they will all have the same concept of keywords, like an offline encyclopedia that anyone can smurf, and that's available to. Yeah, I was saying that all the solutions that I'm thinking about are having the same concept of Kiwix, actually, which is an offline encyclopedia that anyone can smurf without the need of connecting to internet and all these things. So, but I will brainstorm with myself and I will come up with new solutions, inshallah.
If you have some new ideas, I'm changing it. Yes, please. I like walking around.
Good. This is the good steps. Yeah, of course. I heard the half hour before the Wikipedia. Maybe content could be.
Wikipedia, content-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could. So maybe they are. Sorry, maybe. Maybe they are doing some weird noises. I'm not a fan. I'm going to steal it. The other ones again. Better, I think. I'm going to show you the. This is dangerous, you know that. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let me show you a bunch of things. First, Kiwix. So I'd like just not to introduce all of it because it will be too long, but to point out to a couple of things. First, there are some links in my presentation. I will put all of them on the meta page, so you can check them afterwards. So the very basic idea of Kiwix, now organized as an association, which is in Switzerland, is that they propose a system. They actually retrieve content from various sources. Not all of them are actually under a free license. Some of them are NC or ND. So it's lots of resources. They collect them and they developed a system to store them. And then they provide an archive, and you can collect the archive and set it up in different contexts. And they essentially have 4 contexts that you can use. The first context is using it on small servers like those ones, what we call Raspberry Pi. So I don't know if all of you are favor. Do you know? You don't? This is a server. The difference is that this one is without keyboard, without screen, without even an antenna to catch things better. The operating system and the content is put on a little card, like a photographic card. This one must be, I don't know, maybe 32 gigabytes, but it can be bigger. We plug it in the electricity, which can also work on a battery, for example. And then when it's launched, it creates a Wi-Fi network. And if you check on your phone at the moment, you will find it because it's a Wikifundi. The name of the network is Wikifundi. And you can, instead of being connected to the internet, you connect yourself to this little Wi-Fi, which is usually the size of this room, more or less, a classroom. It will cover a dozen of users at the same time, so this can be used in classroom context. And it can also be very easily put in your pocket. So the reason why we initially developed the system ourselves was because we had groups who wanted to run editathons, and everything was prepared. The people invited were here. They had the content, they had the will. And at the last moment, no electricity, no internet, what do we do? So they had a backup system. And on the SD card, we can put anything we want, including Kiwix content. And I'll show you why, how exactly after. So that's the first setup where you can put resources and display a Wi-Fi. Second situation, you do it on a server, one of the big ones. And typically this is an interesting situation for university, for schools, for a bigger environment. So this has been typically deployed in schools and universities. And as far as I know, Ruby's project is using a server. It's more expensive. It's more complicated to run, but it allows more use. It's stronger. There is a third situation where you bundle the Kiwix system in specific application, and that's the case of Wikimed, right? Yes. So they can do a system where you have your own application with your own content and your own setup in an application. And the fourth one is to do it on your desktop. So you can run it by yourself. You can download and have your own stuff on your server. So if you're regularly offline, then you can do it. Okay? So those are the main 4 ones. And the key elements here, we have, I have a slide to give you some example of the content. This is about 7,000 packages of resources available in more than 100 languages. Now, let's face it, you will find way more content in English than in Turkish, maybe. Though I haven't checked for Turkish. So you might, of course, typically find Wikipedia offline, any of our projects online, not Wikidata, of course. No, well, I don't think Commons is in here, but for Wikipedia you have different versions with high-quality picture, low-quality picture, without picture to try to address everyone's need. You will find other education resources such as Khan Academy, some YouTube and TED Talks, lots of stuff. So you can actually take up some resources which are packaged for your own need, or you can create your own package. And I have a very short video that I can show you, exactly to show you how it is working. This is on the system has been developed through what we call a I love the promotion all the time, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to find my, here, there. Okay, so typically online, there's something called the card shop hotspot Kiwix. I'm an ambassador, so I have an account to this place. Sorry, it's only in French for me. I have no idea why. So I will look at my configuration. I can decide and create the configuration I want to. So I give a name to this configuration. Afterwards, I can export them, duplicate, or remove. When I create a new one, I will give it a specific name for the hotspot, that it will be typically on the Raspberry Pi. I can precise which language I want it to, the time, and I can also, for specific tools, define myself, the administrator, account and password that I want to set up. This is easier, so at least each time I remember my password. And once it's done, I can define my branding. So I will select the logo I want to, and then I will select the content. So when I select the content, at the top you can see it gives me the size of the archive I'm creating. So in this case, I chose Wikifundi, which is 5 GB. Those are specific content, and below there are static content. And all the static content may include the choice of Wikipedia in Turkish, of wiki source in German, and so on. And once you have selected all those things, you will create a command, a request. You will publish it. Once it's published, you wait, because yeah, when the archive is about 100 GB, it's not just like this. So you wait maybe for 1 or 2 hours. On Kiwix side, there will be an archive that is generated. And when it's ready, you receive a link, an email. So this is an example of all the things that you can find in day, such as a day trip to Antarctica. Once you receive the thing, you receive just an email link, and the email link is proposed for you to download the content. So you do it only when you have the time. Typically, if you're in Tanzania, you go to your university first so that you don't pay the data and it's working. You download your archive, and once you have the archive, you can duplicate it as many times as you want on SD card, right? So you only have to download it once. Or you can ask someone to send you an SD card which is already prepared. But this card shop system allows you to pick up regularly exactly the version you want, the content you want, and to get it a new version of it, updated. Is that clear? And of course, when I create one, I can send them to others who do not have an account. It's a download link that must probably work for a week or something like that. So this is how the card shop is working. And when I go there, just a summary of who uses Kiwix according to Kiwix. Currently, in 2022, they estimated about 4 million people were using it across the different platforms they propose. And as you see, it's mostly in the global south. On their website, they have some ideas of different type of use. So in the United States, they have an initiative around prisoners. In Cuba, there's stuff on servers, as far as I know. In Africa, it's my project with Orange, with the schools. And in India, they also have some project, in particular using Wikimed. I don't know if you're related to those ones.
Yes,
probably.
We know about them, but I'm not part of this.
Yeah. So they have several stories on their website, and I invite you to have a look at those. So that's mostly Kiwix. It's a separate organization which is partly funded by Wikimedia Foundation, but not only. And probably they need more funding so that they can go further. Very quickly, without going into very much detail, why did we decide to set up the other tool, which is called Wikifundi? You have here some leaflet, English, French, and Spanish, if you're interested to have a look. One side is very general, and the other side is typically the use for teachers. So we developed it for one specific reason. It is that Kiwix is great, we use it, but it's only consumption. The kids in school, they have the content, they can use it for their teaching, for the learning, but if they want to produce something, they do not have any situation. So I'm not going to give it because of time, but there's a small setup of hardware video, which is essentially how to plug that things in, very simple. But mostly there is a demo about how it is inside. It is based on the MediaWiki. That's a sort of private MediaWiki that you set up on the server. And then you can edit from it directly. Whilst I speak, I can show you the first elements of it. So why did we decide to do that? Essentially because we wanted the kids to not be only consumers. And in our project, so here, if I skip this thing, yes, it works. To access it, we simply have to start the server here, and then we access wikifundi.hotspot, and it will launch an interface. And as you will see, once it's launched, here I'm not connected anymore to the internet. In this case, there is only one thing, which is the tool, but it could have plenty of resource from Kiwix here. And when I click on it, it's content and thinking of project, initiative, education initiative. Is anyone able, and maybe you can start because you actually use that. What do you think are the main challenges? We already mentioned quite a few.
Yes, I think reaching to people, if there is something available, we have a choice available, like Kiwix or like Wikipedia Zero. How can we have a platform that tell everybody who's it's available? Yes, this is the first thing. Second thing I can think of is that we need always to have some alternatives. Like for example, we talk about the censorship, we talk about electricity, we talk about this. This raised the importance of funding. Funding is a challenge. If you want to fund to promote something offline, you need some amount of funding. So that's how I'm thinking of.
Yeah, the cost is a big one. Most of these initiatives, organizing an editathon in a school, you need to go there, you spend time, maybe you pay your bus, but that's it. Here, it's a different story. What are the other challenges?
In which language you can do that?
That's a second big one, definitely. In particular in the content part, as I said, lots in English. But if I want to do something in Igbo, I don't have much in Igbo, much in all the African languages. It's Swahili and all those. It's not Swahili. It's not much. Okay, language. What else might be an issue?
Actually, during your presentation, I was thinking of, even if we used KiwiX, did we really succeed in getting rid of our need to internet? Yani, we still need the internet to update the versions of Wikipedia. We still need the internet to update the versions according to students or participants' contributions that they made offline. This is a very big problem and challenge, and I'm thinking about for a solution about this, but I couldn't find. We still need the internet. This is the sad fact. Even if we used KiwiX, we still need the internet in order to get the most up-to-date versions, in order to update the encyclopedia according to the students' contributions. Yeah.
So really, we go to a school, we give them this system, and then if nobody goes there, then after a while they have a 3 years old stuff. That's a big one. Update.
I mean, yeah, we need to update every data, and it should be synchronized with the real life, because yeah, they're gonna be on offline reader, but anyway, in some point they should be update themselves also. On the other hand, the other challenge is how we provide to KiwiX sustainability, because if KiwiX gone, the Wikifund is gone. We have to also keep alive the KiwiX also, and we have to some another, I don't know, side project. Side projects like KiwiX. We have to we have to backup of the technology, but we don't have. I can see that in this picture there is no backup yet.
The KiwiX software, the code is open source, so backup. The first few years there were several initiatives. I remember the first one was called, it was a notion of Moulin Wiki. It was in Mali, and that's from there that things went on. But yeah, there's the question of sustainability, and when we talk about update, it's update on two ways. It's the update from what is online, how do we give them the update? But when they create something, how do we put it online? So it's both direction. Another thought? But what is a challenge maybe on the, on the initiative side? Why aren't there so more initiative than the KiwiX ambassador is just a bunch of countries, right? And Wiki Challenge is in 10 countries. I tried to launch it in English or to more countries. I didn't get the funding, so it's not done, right? But why?
I think the initiative side is weak because of the awareness. We have less awareness about this problem. It is not enough addressed in media, even in Wikimedia movement. Because you go to every conference, but how we focus on those people. We must have statistics. There must be allocation of resources from the foundation to support these. KiwiX is not a foundation, project. It's partly contribution, but it's not part of the foundation. That's why not so much people know about this.
Which may be okay. I think KiwiX is doing a lot of work to try to promote, but I can tell you when I tried to promote Wikifundi, it was very complicated. How do you do it? To talk about it to the right people. It's not so simple. And you mentioned something else, statistics. How on earth can you provide statistics about how much your tool is being used when there is no access to internet, right? How do you collect this data? I don't even know how KiwiX is doing. A last thought, that another challenge we might have missed?
Maybe our modern life is a challenge.
What?
Our modern life is a challenge because if you are used to use internet, you will not feel the problem. For example, we fast at Ramadan. For example, if we don't not fast, we will not feel like we are poor people who don't have food. For example, just for example, when you use internet in a daily basis and you have enough of internet, you will not imagine how is the world without internet. How is to be offline? Some people imagine this in wars and in different situations. So I think this is a challenge as well. Getting used to internet.
I don't know about you, but yesterday afternoon, yeah, I know it's 1 minute. When I was yesterday in Serbia, visiting the city, and I had no internet, I was just with my blue bubble trying to find my way. Just that, half an hour was off. You have a comment over there? You just joined, I don't know. So let me just conclude. I tried to list what I could think of, and maybe I forgot. Cost of the devices. This is not cheap, guys. In particular, since the war and even before the COVID, the cost of elements that get in there, the price of this doubled. So yeah, it's also equipment for the people. It's complicated. Software update, we mentioned it. Limited start. Tech skills. Locally, try to get to a school and deliver them that, and they never use tech stuff. The teachers, they freak out. So you need to make sure that in the schools there's somebody aware enough to use this type of tools. When we talk about the user group, one of the problems is that we are actually from every country on earth. It's not like a user group in Serbia. People can meet and have beers and everything. Here we are across the world, so we cannot really meet one another. We're not numerous either. And the last kilometer is the worst part, getting to the schools. It's not an easy one. Even for somebody living in I don't know, Benin, he wants to go to the school to the north, it's 6 hours on a motorcycle. It's not simple. Here, we mention it, up-to-date content, limited content in local languages, but also if content is produced locally, how do we check content, verify it? And also, how to deal with copy views. Remember, when we are on Wikipedia and we notice a copy view, what do? We delete and we hide the history. Simple. But imagine if the content copyrighted left in an archive with keywords. It's gone, it's displayed, you have no means to retrieve it. It's there, so you cannot respect any rights on this. And last point, initiative, funding and partners. Funding, but also partners because of the last kilometers. We cannot do that by ourselves. We need partners locally. Local Wikimedians required. I can imagine any project in Madagascar. If I have no Wikimedian in Madagascar, then I can't run the project. Simple as that. But also lack of confidence and skills of the local teachers. They are scared by this material. You offer them, often they put it in a drawer and they don't use it because they feel they might get ridiculous in front of the children. And how do we turn offline production online? So those are some of the challenges, and I think you identify most of them. I mostly insist about the copyright and certification because this showed up a couple of times, so that's one. And with that, I think I'm done. Yeah, last thought. 2 years ago, I gave a talk at Open Education Global. It was online, of course, at that time. I couldn't go there. And so I recorded a presentation which I posted on YouTube, which deals with this offline topic, talking also about the history, about Wikipedia Zero and other initiatives, OLPC is mentioned as well. So if you want to look at it, I will post it on the meta page and you can have a look at it afterwards quietly. Okay? And keep in touch if you're interested. User group. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence. This was very eye-opening, at least for me. It was really amazing. Now this is it for the day, for the forum room, but we can go to Atrium Hall in a minute to wrap up the day. So let's have a nice time in Atrium. Thank you.